Good morning. Did I mess you guys up? Because I messed up. So my apologies if I did. I posted the wrong video for today and I had to go back and change that real quick. So I apologize. I am Alternate Juror. Welcome to my channel and thank you for joining me. Sorry, Callie. I saw that. I was like, oh no, I hope she finds me. Good morning, Stormy. I'm sorry if I did that. To me, they should be in order of the day they're going to stream. I created them both yesterday, and that's what messed up. And I just had them set private, and then I hit the wrong one. Sorry. I'm sorry. All right. I hope everybody has recovered from our marathon stream on Monday. That was very, very unexpected. I was sorry. I can't. Yeah, you missed nothing. Nothing. Yeah, Monday was really long. I did not expect it to go that long, but I was glad it did. I was glad we were able to finish that trial up and that we got to see it from beginning to end and get it completed. I think the jury got it right. I think the sentence was right. And I hope that one day I can stop thinking about the prosecutors describing that little girl with her arms stretched out. And because I'm glad I didn't see the pictures, the prosecutor's description was enough because they said it over and over and over. So I think he's right where he needs to be and he can stay there forever. And I'd be just fine with that. So we are going to jump back onto the Haley Brown trial that we started watching before we jumped over to the Jose Ruiz trial. Haley Brown was arrested in 2022. I don't know why it took so long for it to come to trial, but it did. This actually happened the week of, looks like March 6th. We did day one right before we jumped over to the last trial that we just did. She was driving while intoxicated, ran into a pole, and killed her fiance in the accident. It sounds like he died basically on impact. He was 0.25 when they tested his blood alcohol level. She was 0.16 when they tested hers when they drew her blood a couple of hours later. That's going to be a really hard hurdle for her to get over. So far, we've kind of seen maybe the police didn't do so great on the way they handled things. There was definitely a couple procedures that were not followed, for one, and it was a big one. Uh, you are apparently not to tell family members or anybody if they're involved in an accident like that, that somebody didn't make it. A firefighter told Haley in the ambulance that her fiance didn't make it, and she completely lost it. By the time they had transported her to the hospital, she was confused. She had talked to family members on the phone. She was very confused then by at what had happened and thought she had killed her dad in the accident. So then she kept asking about her dad. She's now a sergeant. She was not a sergeant at the time, but she was a field training officer was there, and she took it upon herself to go inform Haley that it was not her dad was fine. It was not her dad. It was, in fact, her fiance. She loses it again. And she's in the hospital. She's in the emergency room. She's screaming her head off. The ER doctor gets onto this now sergeant and tells her, you don't ever do that. She got defensive instead of apologetic, which was kind of you made a mistake. So just admit you made the mistake and move on and correct it. The one thing that's been really interesting, but not even really addressed, is that they've really just kept their body cameras rolling, and she's just keeps talking. They've not Mirandized her. They've not done anything really. I don't even really know that they've asked her a lot of questions at this point that they would have needed to Mirandize her, I guess. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. But all this is apparently admissible because we've watched it all. So I don't know. I have not looked up why this has taken so long that it took 2 years to get it to trial, because I want to see the outcome with all of you. So I've been careful about that, and I've just not looked at anything. So I have it stopped where she was on the stand so you can remember her smiling, friendly face. So she is finishing up here with her testimony, and we watched this um, the other day, or the first day, a week ago? What's today? The 20th? 2 weeks ago. Sorry. Yeah, it's strange. I talked to Carmen, and just in her experience working at the jail, she said sometimes they just let the cameras run, and she didn't agree with that. She thought they should have their rights read to them and not just let the cameras run and let them talk and talk themselves into situations that they didn't realize they were getting into. So that's her opinion. That's my opinion. But again, not lawyers. Yes. Yes. This was, yes. Top sassy pants. And her sassy pants are getting ready to just walk right on out. So this is day 2. We will finish this trial on Friday because it was a 3-day trial. I think the audio was okay on this one. I have everything boosted, so should be good. And this is right testimony.
Anything further?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Sergeant. You may step down and we'll release you from the subpoena.
So,
Mr. Arnold, you have another witness?
Yes, Judge. The state's next witness is retired Sergeant Jerry Summerhour of the Dixon Police Department.
Right, Sergeant Summerall.
seriously. That is so annoying. I figured since Sarah Boone had a female attorney that I agree with you. Also, is your hair brown on those? Because it's blonde on mine. Yeah. I mean, at some point, you got to just go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right. That's weird.
Good morning, Sergeant. How are you doing?
Good morning, sir. I'm
Sound
doing well.
okay?
Yourself?
I can't complain. And I apologize, Your Honor. I'm going to walk back and forth really quickly while the sergeant's answering this question.
Right.
If you would please tell us who you are and what you do, and spell your name for the court reporter.
Good morning,
Jerry D.
Christy. How are you?
Summerhour Jr.
Hope you're feeling better.
Summerhour. I am retired from Dixon Police Department.
Thank you.
How long were you with the Dixon Police Department?
Thank you.
13 years.
And were you with the Dixon Police Department on October 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And did you have occasion to be called to a case involving a fatal wreck on West Walnut Street on that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you would please tell us initially, what you did and what happened. And I apologize again, Judge, I'm going to be moving back and forth.
Well, I got a call that night from then Captain Christian telling me that I needed to be en route to West Walnut and Bryant Avenue, that we had a fatality. So I got dressed and got on scene, and when I got there, I made contact with Captain Christian. He requested that I take care of the DUI portion of the crash while he did the reconstruction. So from there, I went to the police department and typed up search warrants for a blood draw.
And as part of the process of drawing up search warrants for the blood draw, did you have occasion to speak to
Okay.
some of the officers on the scene?
That's hilarious.
I spoke with
I love that
Sergeant
song.
Chandler.
Okay. And did you eventually make it over to the emergency room at Dixon Horizon Medical Center in order to obtain blood from Miss Haley Brown?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to play that here.
Gabby, while he's getting that ready, I put Tooth Capone up that your husband sent. It's in the things for you guys.
And I apologize. I'm going to try to play from a different location than I played from yesterday. So.
No, thank you. And thank your husband. I was going to call him Mr. Gabby. Yeah, Mr. G.
This is a police investigation in this hospital. And like, probably didn't help the situation and.
Now, at the point that we are here in the video, are you in the emergency room waiting for Miss Brown to be available, who's talking to her mom?
Yes, sir.
So if you guys remember,
And at the time that you're
after the ER doctor got onto Officer Sassy Pants, he said, "Is she under arrest or not?" And she didn't have an answer for that. So he said, then she's allowed to have a family member in there. And I didn't know, they never said who that was. That's mom, apparently. Mom's been the only person that's been able to calm her down. So Officer Sassy Pants ought to be happy that Mom's in there because she was talking to him on the phone anyway. So they weren't keeping her from speaking to people outside of that room. So it didn't make any sense to me why they wouldn't have allowed somebody there to begin with. But the ER doctor got her mom in there and she was able to keep her calm.
Standing here, had you already obtained search warrants if Miss Brown had decided not to give you a sample?
Yes, sir.
Oh, see, I forgot, Christy. Thank you.
And that's you, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, you appear to be holding an item, specifically a white box, in addition to the implied consent advisement. If you would, please tell us what that is.
That is the TBI blood draw kit that contains 2 vials for the phlebotomist to use to collect the blood.
Okay. Does it also contain something called an alcohol toxicology request form?
It does.
And is that like a triple carbon?
Yes, sir.
Haley, I'm Sergeant Summer with Dixon Police Department. All right. I have a form I need to read to you. All right, it's Tennessee Unified Consent Advisement. Okay. Are you willing to consent to a blood and/or breath test? Say no? All right. This is a mention of mandatory blood draw. Have you probable cause to believe you have committed a crime that requires blood and/or breath testing? If you refuse to submit to either or both of these tests, you will not be given unless required by law, which in this case it is required by law. Okay. If you do refuse to be tested, your license will be suspended for at least 1 year and up to 5 years, depending on your driving history. Also, if you refuse, you may be ordered to install an ignition interlock on your vehicle for a year or more. All right, you understand that?
Okay, and so if I can see it, then what does that mean?
If you consent, that just means we don't have to go with the rest of the paperwork that I have for you.
So it could still be that I would have to do a lock in my car.
It's possible. Okay? All right. After being informed that there's a probable cause you have committed a crime which requires you to submit to a blood and/or breath test, and being requested to submit to a chemical test or test to determine the alcohol and/or drug content of your blood, and also having the consequences of refusing to submit to such test explained to me, I state that you will or you will not consent.
Okay. Myself and 103 are gonna be clear from the crash scene here. 103 is gonna be around the hospital, I'm gonna be around the house bridge for follow-up on this.
I would have cooperate.
47, 120, need you ready? 1050, I should be fine.
Let me explain this to you.
Yes, sir.
If you refuse to submit to it, that can lead up to an additional charge of violating the implied consent law.
Okay,
All right, if you consent, then that charge goes away.
okay. I'll consent.
You gotta consent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, here's what I need you to do, all right?
Yes, sir.
I need you to sign for me. Sign right here.
Yes, sir.
103, 150.
Sign your name right there.
That I can.
It says, I will consent to a test or test.
Sorry, what's your number?
Okay,
115.
so here's what we're gonna do. All right. We're gonna bring the lab in, and they're going to, okay. I'm gonna send this off to the TBI and request a blood and alcohol check, and check for any other foreign substances.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, you good with that?
So, Yes, sir. I
Uh,
really need these.
I mean,
I've been laying here for a second.
let me see how far the lab is out from being in here, okay?
Fred said give him a call.
What's that?
Fred said give him a call.
Okay. Lab comes in here.
Okay.
Now, if I was to show you a copy of the Tennessee Implied Consent Advisement that you had read to her and that she had signed, would you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I think this is the thing itself. I said copy. I think absent the binder holes I put in it, I believe it's the one she signed.
Yes, sir, that is the original.
Your Honor, I would like to submit that as the state's next exhibit.
All right, Mark, it's next in order. What number are we?
Exhibit number 6.
6.
Now, several minutes later, did a phlebotomist come in, I believe after maybe she went to the restroom or something, did a phlebotomist come in and draw Miss Brown's blood?
Yes, sir.
Were you present when that happened?
Yes, sir.
And did you place that blood in the TBI test kit?
I did.
Now, the TBI test kit, did you place the top white form of the alcohol toxicology request form in there as well?
I did.
And would you recognize the bottom carbon from that form if I showed it to you?
Yes, sir.
Well, that would be awkward.
Is that the bottom carbon, the top copy of which traveled in that test kit to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
It is.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter that as the state's next exhibit.
Exhibit 7.
Sorry, Your Honor.
Now, once you took the sample of blood from Ms. Brown, explain to me what happens with that, what happened with that sample next? Like, what'd y'all do?
Sealed it up and entered it into evidence and dropped it in the drop box for an evidence technician to pick it up and transport it to TBI.
Okay. And is that one of those kind of drop boxes like the post office has where people can put stuff in, but only one person can take it out?
Correction lady. Sustained.
Let me rephrase that. How does that drop box work?
Gee, I
You put
wonder.
evidence in, it has a little door on it where you open the door, put it in and it drops down in, and then the only people that have a key to it are the evidence technicians.
Do you have personal familiarity with what happens with the TBI test kit after that? Do you know what happens after?
I know it's picked up by the evidence custodian and then transported to TBI.
Okay. And now for identification purposes only, would you be able to recognize the results from the TBI if I were to show those to you?
Yes.
It's exactly that. I'll rephrase. How does that work? I just told you how it works, but how does that work? Or when they say something like, I think it was on Thursday, and the lawyers go, it was on Thursday? Oh, no. It was either on Wednesday or Friday. You know you got it wrong. It was not on Thursday. Or they say, are you sure it was on Thursday? No, I'm not.
So I want you to look at these, but don't tell us anything about them just yet. Okay. Does that show, is that marked to Jerry Sommerauer of the Dixon Police Department on the left?
Yes, sir.
Does it indicate your agency case number, I believe in the upper right?
It's actually right below my name in the left, on the left-hand side.
That's right, their number's on the right. And then does it indicate the correct subject, date, and time for this case?
It does.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to submit that at this point for identification purposes only.
Mark it for identification only.
Now, Sergeant Summerhour, once you obtained permission from Miss Brown in terms of getting blood from her and sealing that in the kit and sending it off, what, if anything, did you do regarding the search warrant that you got and all of that?
Well, since I got consent, I didn't have to execute the search warrant, so I put it back in the case file.
Okay. Now, did you ever obtain any other sample of blood from Miss Brown that night?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, had you intended to get more blood?
I intended on subpoenaing the blood that the lab was going to draw, but apparently the lab didn't draw any that night, so I was unable to serve that warrant either.
Your Honor, may I have the jury out?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step across the hallway, please.
I feel like this is the most questions we've seen the state ask. The defense attorneys asked a lot of questions. Again, her BAC, that's just, it's probably going to seal her fate, but
I think we established at the suppression hearing that blood was drawn by the hospital, and I believe the answer, and I'm only wanting to clear this up because then I'm gonna have to go back through the suppression testimony and every bit of that. Could potentially have to pull up Your Honor's YouTube feed from March 1st of 2023 in order to play that. Sorry, in order to play that back to refresh his memory again. But I mean, I'm completely unaware that we're coming in here now and denying, and I asked this earlier when the jury was out, is it a dispute as to whether or not there was blood drawn?
what's happening?
Judge,
I'm just trying to understand the process that we're in at the moment. Is this an objection?
Well, no, I guess I can cross-examine him about it and go through every bit of it again, but I mean, it's gonna require a whole lot of video when, if the court will recall, I had a motion to compel over these search warrants. And this blood was drawn.
Chrissy, I think he's mad because there was a suppression hearing about, okay, fine, there was blood drawn. We got that. And so I would say that maybe his order was they weren't going to talk about it. I'm not sure exactly where he's going here yet, but there was apparently a ruling. I don't know what the judge is so amused about. And Gabby. Yes. So I'm not sure where he's going yet.
And this was shown to Sergeant Summerhour.
What blood was drawn?
This first in time blood sample that was drawn by the hospital. And we showed that to Sergeant Summerhour. And then we later played for him to where he goes to Sergeant Reproval and tells her the hospital's got blood. I'm going to execute a search warrant. And so, I mean, I can go through all that and play all that video again or pull up Your Honor's YouTube feed and do that. But the answers are changing here. I'm not wanting to cross-examine.
Your Honor, if I might. Go ahead. My recollection is different from Mr. Spratt's. My recollection is the following. Sergeant Summerhour was shown video that appeared to show blood tubes on the table, and he admitted that it appeared to be the case that Dixon Horizon had drawn blood. But he also testified at that hearing that later, after he had talked to FTO, then FTO Reproval, about intending to get the blood, that he asked somebody at the hospital and they said no. All I've asked him so far is, did you originally intend to get hospital blood? And he said, I intended to get some, but there wasn't any. And I think if Mr. Spratt wants to cross-examine him and say, hey, remember, look at this video, it looks like there was blood there or whatever. And he's like, yeah, you're right, it really does. I think we're jumping the gun a little bit. I don't think,
Well, that was why I was asking the question, exactly what this process we were in, because if it was an objection, there's nothing to objectionable about what he said other than the fact that perhaps he was quoting some hearsay stating that there was no blood drawn. But I understand Mr. Spratt's trying to say this is going to require him to go back in and try to cross-examine. I'm not going to tell either one of you how to try your case. You put on your proof and he can cross-examine however he wants. My recollection was that, yes, there was video showing that there was tubes on the table and that Officer Summerar, a former Sergeant Summerar, said it appeared to be blood. I would also point out, it would seem to me that a medical authorization release would have cleared this up by simply having the defendant has the ability to sign a release, because the medical records should, if there was blood drawn by the hospital, those records are there in the hospital if they performed any testing on it. And while the defendant is certainly not obliged to, prove anything, she was simply, it seems to me, have access to that through her lawyer by signing a release, that she could get the blood test results at the hospital, and then she could either use them if they were to her advantage or not use them if they weren't. But at this point, my recollection is that Officer Summerar said he was later told he didn't issue a subpoena for them, for the reason that he was told that they didn't exist. And whether they did or didn't exist would be reflected, I would think, in the medical report or medical records from that night at the ER. But whatever that is, I'm not suggesting that the defense had that duty or that the state had that duty, but it would seem to me that would have answered the question somewhere along the line. I'm going to allow the state to put on their proof that they want to about through this officer, and Mr. Spratt will be allowed to cross-examine whatever proof he wants to use to cross-examine. It may be possible for the state to, on direct, try to clarify this issue somewhat. But however, we're going to go ahead and anything else before we take our mid-morning recess?
no, Judge.
We are not going to allow you to play a
Oh, darn.
video of the YouTube production of the motion in the, that would, in my opinion, would be inadmissible evidence. I think that the appellate courts don't consider those kinds of, when a case goes up on appeal, they don't look to the YouTube channel broadcast to determine what was. If you have a transcript of it, you can do that. But in my opinion, the jury is not going to be shown a video of that proceeding as part of the cross-examination of the witness. I don't think that would be appropriate, although that is new ground.
It is, Judge, and I understand that, not wanting to do that in front of the jury, but that might be the only thing that I can do to refresh his memory, which would require a jury out. And my problem here is the state knows that that blood was drawn. State knows it was. And I thought
And
most
you
of
base
it,
that on what?
we've agreed on this back in these attorney rooms when we've looked at these videos. He goes and tells, I mean, it's a moving target. And now I'm in here today, so.
I haven't even asked him yet.
Oh, yeah, he was asked.
All right, well, let's direct our arguments to the judge and not to each other.
Sorry, Judge. I haven't even had, Your Honor, the state hasn't even asked the next question, so I don't even know what the answer is.
We're going to
he
take a
just snort.
recess and then you all can ask away.
All right.
Good morning, Adair. We shall be here for a little while. Probably not as long as we were Monday. We will not be here as long as we were Monday. I guarantee it, but we'll be here. I agree. I agree that I think the state's being whiny, because if they've already agreed to this and now the state's trying to bring it in, then I am with the defense on that one. I like how he's like, I haven't asked him the question yet. I don't even know the answer. Bull. You do too. You guys know better than to ask questions and not know the answers. To make me use my bad words.
About 2:45 would probably be best.
I don't think he's talking about
I
anything.
asked them, and they'd have to make an arm wrestle.
I think they're just chatting.
As far as your question about that, it'd have to be afternoon break if that's what they need for tomorrow morning. And I asked them about, 2:30-ish would be, tell them about 2:45 would probably be better.
I think he's just saying stuff that doesn't matter.
I don't see any black eyes or bruises or bloody noses, so I'm assuming that y'all had a civil conversation.
I believe, Judge, that we did.
Are we ready to bring the jury in?
We're ready, Judge.
Mr. Spratt?
Yes, sir.
All right, bring the jury in.
Sorry, but I think the defense guy could take the state guy unless he's like judo or something. There's quite the size difference there.
And I believe I asked you this earlier about whether you had any questions about the proposed final charge or any changes. If you could try to look at that over the lunch hour and let Ms. McKinney know if there's anything you want to change, that would be helpful.
Especially compared to that
Get that
courtroom in
taken
Florida.
care
That
of.
was horrible.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're now ready to proceed with the questioning.
So I believe, Sergeant, I was asking you what you had planned on doing in terms of getting a hospital blood sample. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And initially, did you plan on trying to get the blood that the hospital took?
Yes, sir.
Now, ultimately, when you spoke to somebody at the lab and asked them if they had blood, what did they say?
They didn't have it.
Now, do you remember a previous hearing where we watched several hours of body camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during that hearing, did we watch some body camera footage where it sure looks like they took Miss Brown's blood?
Yes, sir.
And I want to say, I'm just guessing, but I think it was something like 48 minutes in, if that's what it says on the footage.
I'll have to agree with you.
Okay, all right. Now, after that evening, what more did you guys do in terms of investigation? Did you interview Miss Brown?
That evening, I believe Sergeant Chandler and I spoke with Miss Brown.
Oh, sorry. A couple weeks later, did she come into the police station and give a longer interview with you guys?
Yes, sir.
And did you record it?
Captain Christian and I recorded, yes, sir.
Would you recognize the recording if I showed it to you?
Most likely.
All right, good. Let's see.
That state attorney, he's in a really good mood. He was in a good mood that
Is it
day.
audio only or video and audio?
It's audio video, Judge.
Oh, thank goodness. There's those girls. Those poor little girls. Stop putting them on there. Oh, come on, bring it back.
Does this appear to be the audio video recording of that interview from October 23rd, 2020?
That's the date timestamp, yes, sir.
I just don't want him to show him. Like, stop. Stop showing what's probably your daughter.
Have a seat.
Now, before we get going, did Miss Brown come in voluntarily for this?
Yes, sir.
At this time, was she under arrest?
No, sir.
His old mask is getting kind of crazy. They made it do it with all the city doing, so I apologize. I know it's kind of inconvenience.
I'm used to it now.
Yeah, I think that's the new normal.
Yeah.
You know, for everybody. So, okay, we've asked you to come in so we can kind of talk to you, kind of understand the last 24 hours prior to your crash, okay? And
Now, to be clear, who's the other individual on this, in the room with you guys? Who are all the folks present?
There's myself, Captain Christian, Miss Brown, and her mother.
And you're the one making the recording, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in us asking you some of these questions, people may assume or think that
Attorney.
there may be accusatory type questions, okay? So because kind of get into the facts of the case, we do have to kind of read you what we call Miranda rights. So you fully understand, okay? So we'll read those to you, and if you have any questions, ask, okay?
All right, before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and to have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning, if you wish one. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. All right? All right. Now, what I'm going to need you to do is on the back side of here, it says, I have read this statement of my rights and I understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I'm doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. All right? If you agree to that, if you would, sign right there for me.
So at any point during this, I can stop answering.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. At
And I would
any,
just say, I do not want to answer. Is that
yes,
correct?
at any point during this interview, you can just say, hey, I'm
And
done.
that point should have
I
been
don't
right
want to answer anything.
We
there.
can read these to everybody, and then we're doing. When we start asking questions,
Do I need to go?
I'll take care of that.
view them as being accusatory type questions. So anytime that we talk to anybody about a case, we do Mirandize them across the board. That's our policy. So it's just a standard thing. Okay.
Now, if I was to show you the Miranda waiver that Ms. Brown signed, would you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
He has red tennis shoes on, that state.
Except for the binder holes that the state put in those. Is that the Miranda admonition and waiver that Ms. Brown signed on
Yes,
that
sir,
day?
it is.
And did you, and at the time, Captain Christian also sign off as witnesses?
We did.
Your Honor, I'd like to submit that this is state's next exhibit.
The exhibit,
Number 8.
8.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and play it.
All right, and so let's go to Friday. The wreck happened on Saturday the 3rd, roughly around 8 o'clock, a little before 8. But let's go back to Friday. What time did you, get up Friday morning?
6 a.m. I usually get up around 6, no later than 6:30 in the morning.
Okay. Normal day?
Yeah, normal day, I was off, no work, I usually clean the house.
Okay,
My grandmother was on hospice, so I visited her that day.
sorry to hear that. What,
Your Honor, apologies. Can everyone hear that? Okay.
what do you do? What type of work?
I'm a dental assistant.
Okay. So you was off Friday?
Yes.
Friday night?
Friday night, we go to Samuel's on the Square in Waverly, and we have dinner
Okay.
with our friends.
Normal?
Yes, every week, like family dinner, every
Right.
Friday, we try to meet up together. My our friends' parents own that restaurant,
Okay.
and we've been doing that for a while now.
What time did y'all get back home? Roughly, I'm, I'm not really wanting to get to be exact, if you, but roughly.
I would say 10 p.m.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go to bed,
Yes.
get a night's sleep?
Yep, just go to bed and get up. Yep.
Okay. And then Saturday, how did you get up on Saturday?
6:30.
Okay, so you're kind of normal
Yeah,
habit,
that's
6:30?
my internal clock.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Everything normal during the day Saturday?
Yes, I made plans with my sister that morning to go visit my grandmother again because she had not been with her. And we went, probably around, I think we left around 9 that morning. We went, stopped at McDonald's, was getting food for everyone at the house, and then we headed to Johnsonville where she lives.
So, I mean, it wasn't out of town, I mean, it was.
No, it was, yeah, in the county.
Eat lunch?
No, we didn't actually.
Okay.
No.
So what time did y'all come to Dixon?
I got home from my grandmother's around 1. We took the trash off and then we got ready, and I would say that we made it to Dixon about 4, around 4 o'clock.
Did y'all eat?
Yes, we went to Xander's Pizza.
Okay. You remember what all you had?
Appetizer. I think I had a salad. We had personal pizza. And we both had a beer.
Okay. You one?
Yes.
Okay. Normal size? Was it
Just,
one,
yeah.
I guess a house flavor? I don't.
We love home style. It's called Bearded Iris Home Style. We had 1 can of it.
Okay. After that, you come down?
Yes, we walked to Oktoberfest. We saw all the hype going on, and so we decided to go down there.
Okay. Do you know anybody that's down there?
I do. We know the cook. I know her as Mama Sue.
Okay. So, I mean, did y'all see her that night?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so what time would you say that you got to the Oktoberfest?
It sounds weird to be exact, but about 5:15, I would say. Yeah.
So give or take, but
Yeah.
close to 5.
Yes. Yeah.
I'd
You
say
got-
Right.
Early there,
Mhm.
right? And then you come down to Oktoberfest. And then walk me through, if you remember, the events that night at Oktoberfest.
We got there, we were listening to the band.
so. He didn't ask her about anything having to drink Friday night. They just said that, and if he did, I didn't understand it. He's muffled to me. Um, the beer and the one pizza, or the one pizza, the 1 can of beer and the pizza was Saturday, which is the day of the accident, and then they go to Oktoberfest. So I don't know what his point of Friday was, because unless I just couldn't understand him asking her. So you guys may have picked it up, but he's very muffled to me. Oops, just kidding.
We had walked inside, decided to have a drink, and then we walked outside and just hanging out. We took pictures together, like selfies. We saw Mama Sue, talked to her, just hanging out.
Do you remember what you had to drink that night at House Bruce?
I don't remember, I do remember having a beer, the same type of beer. And then I do remember having a shot of Crown. But I do remember going outside with that beer and not wanting it and giving it to Jason. And he took it. That was what we had drank that night, was those two things.
Do you normally drink whiskey or is it just beer that you stay with? Majority of the time.
It's either one of those two. If I'm drinking, I usually drink not both of them together normally. It's either one or the other.
Anything else? Y'all talk to Mama Sue, as
I
you say.
Mhm.
How was she that night?
Same as always. She's just talking to everybody. She seems to know everyone. She's just happy to see us, giving us hugs. Just out and about. I just remember walking into everybody and seeing her. So, yeah.
And then, did you go back in or order any more drinks or anything?
We did.
Do you remember what it was?
Not to be exact.
Okay.
No.
Now, whenever you picked your property up the other day, I noticed that you had been a bartender. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes, I had went to bartending school.
Okay. And during the bartending school, they talk about over-serving or under-serving people and how to cut them off and all that good stuff,
Absolutely,
right?
yes.
In your own opinion, if you was serving somebody, would you have cut yourself off?
Me? No.
So you don't feel like that you was tipsy?
No,
Um,
absolutely not.
you don't feel like that you was past the point where you needed to cut
No,
off?
sir.
Okay.
Jason, on the other hand, yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Was he having like walking problems or?
I just remember him being a little more touchy and feely and more relaxed, and he's kind of to himself, and he was just, and he gets loud whenever he starts getting that way, and I remember him being loud, and I'm like, hey, you need to chill out, and he's just like, but I remember having to put him in line and correct him. Yeah, as far as being, I'm not that type of person in public, so him doing that was, yeah.
So uncomfortable?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because a lot of people that way, they get real loud whenever they have that. Any type of problems, altercations that y'all have?
No.
Okay.
No.
Everything was kind of normal?
Yeah, we were just having a date night, just us two. We usually have his daughter on the weekend, and we didn't that weekend, so we decided to go out and have something to eat and just check out what was going on downtown.
Yeah. Do you remember about what time you left?
I did not.
Do you remember having a conversation with anybody prior to leaving?
I do. Her name was, or is Katie Jo. I remember talking to her about
It probably
makeup.
would have been home though.
She had done that day my stepsister's makeup for her wedding. And I saw pictures of her. So I approached her and talked to her about it, and her and I had taken a picture together.
Okay. Now, where is she from? Is she from here?
I think she's from Humphreys County. I don't know which city, but she's from Humphreys County.
And she does makeup?
Yes.
Okay. Do you happen to have a phone number for her? Or if I wanted to get in contact with her, can I get that?
I don't want to get anyone who's hurt.
I don't know why the camera's having such a hard time staying focused on that. Maybe it's because it's hands.
Personally, I don't want to bring anyone else into it. But in my defense, I feel like she would be honest, and because I've tried to make sense of this whole situation. And like I said, I just really, not to say I don't want to give you her number, but I don't want to bring her into it. If that makes sense.
Let's see if I can do something.
Do you know what her last name is?
I don't know, I cannot think of it. No, I do not.
It's not that I don't want to
And
give
she lives in
her
Waverly?
you her number, but
Humphreys
I
County.
don't want to give you her number.
Which city?
It's a friend of hers that she saw there. Like I said, the only person she should have brought in was her
And
lawyer.
here's
That hurts.
Here's why I would like to talk. Because the only thing that I can do if I'm ever asked, or Sergeant Summerall was ever asked, did we talk to everybody that was in contact with you? Or y'all right now? And we have the due diligence of talking to them and trying to get to the truths and the facts, however they play out, right? So let's say that obviously, if we talk to her and she says,
Exactly.
it was fine, right? Then that's gonna support you in that decision. And that's why we just kind of have that conversation with her.
Yeah, I'll give you your number. Right now?
Yeah, that way we.
I don't think he wants it tomorrow.
And you can, let her know that we'll reach out to her and,
931
Don't
209
call it.
5997.
and she's not,
Thank you.
like I said, she's not in any trouble.
Right.
I mean, we've tried to put a timeline together, and that's what we have to do as investigators, just try to establish, if everything was kind of normal, right? The day before, up to the event, and then just kind of lay out these series and try to figure out if anything could have been a little bit different, right?
You know they do. You know somebody does.
Do you remember talking to anybody else before you left the Main Street area?
I remember talking to Haley Weaver. I don't have her number.
Okay. What does she do? I mean, is she just a friend?
She is, so I have a group of friends, and a guy that's in that group of friends, they had dated before, and then she's friends with a couple of friends in that group. Her and I just shared the same name, and I noticed her that night, and that was the first time we had kind of officially met.
Sure.
But I had talked to her, like, hey, is your name Haley? She's like, yeah, your name's Haley. So that's what that was. And I guess she knew Katie Jo as well. Because as I was talking to Katie Jo, she had come up too, and we were all three talking together.
Do you remember where you parked at?
Yes. It's that detailing place, and then I remember the E-zone being right there. It's that little parking lot
in the corner?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Mhm.
And so, whenever y'all left there, do you remember roughly what time it was?
I had sent that picture to Katie Jo around, it was 7:28. And then I have an accidental screenshot on my phone at 7:39, I believe. But that's all. That's the last I have, because I was getting a phone call from my mom.
Was that
After.
after?
Mhm.
And was that just like was that a FaceTime? Did you FaceTime with her? Or was
Well,
it
I got a text message, I got a phone call, it's in New York, and put something against the wall, and then I got a text message, and for some reason, I read it in a man's voice, and it said, "I'm with your daughter, her name is Haley Brown, and I know your name is Melissa." So I called Haley, and, I just remember her calling for me, mama, mama. And so that call was,
I wonder if she got to go to his funeral because that would be awkward with his family.
the call was at 8:04.
Oh,
But,
no.
and then the text message was,
Hope 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 Nana has a good sense of humor, Gabby.
5. And it says, "Ma'am, I'm with your daughter. I really need you to please call me back. Her name is Haley Brown, and yours is Melissa." And so, I didn't catch her name or anything. So, somebody talked to my fiance and said that, she'd been in a bad car wreck and that, not to come to the scene of the accident, to go to Horizon.
Hey, let's talk about your car for just a minute, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
How long have you had that car?
Since January 2016.
Any issues with it?
Yeah, it's had multiple recalls on it, which I've gotten fixed. A door latch, there's still a recall on that. But yes, multiple transmission issues, things surrounding the transmission.
Yeah. But just the transmission?
Yes.
And I guess, I mean, if you get a recall in the mail, then you pretty much go see if you can get it fixed right then.
Right. I had taken care of most of that last October. The only reason I remember that is because we had went to Gatlinburg and I had a rental car and I dropped my car off at Ford to get those fixed. They didn't fix all of them, had to leave my car there longer, et cetera, et cetera.
They're kind of bad about that. I got some issues with our personal car. Your tires look good. They got plenty of tread on them, so they look like they've been recently purchased maybe.
I can't tell you exactly. I can tell you exactly. I try to keep up with when I get my tires changed and when I do my oil, because Jason always did that for me. I got my new tires July 25th, 2019.
on your drive up, whether it's to your grandma's or to Dixon, was your car acting funny in any way?
My sister drove to my grandmother's, that Friday before when I drove, no issues. No issues with my car.
So, do you remember when you left the parking lot over here, do you remember how you came out and went or
Yes,
anything?
sir.
Right.
And I usually do not take that way. I do not go on West Walnut Street. But I do understand this is a one-way street to go down that way.
Main Street.
But they had that street blocked off
Right.
for Oktoberfest. But I don't recall. I really don't. I don't know how any of this has, I just remember sending that picture to Katie Jo, and that's the last thing I remember.
Do you feel like, I mean, like, at any point, did you set your drink down?
No, I would normally hand it to Jason, like if I had to use the restroom or, but no, I don't.
I
feel
don't,
that I did that.
And you don't think that anybody could
I
have walked by
wonder,
and slipped something?
does she not remember because of the traumatic event that happened, and she just sometimes when people go through that stuff, they just don't remember because she was obviously very traumatized by it. I can't imagine that her blood alcohol level was as what it was with 2 beers and 1 shot of Crown. So that I'm not buying that one on her, but I am kinda wondering if her part of her memory loss is because it was so traumatic for her. But I don't know.
It's possible, it's happened to me personally before in Nashville. And I was taken and things happened, but yes, that has happened.
I mean, me too.
And I don't want you to relive that event,
Right.
okay? But I do want to ask you, since you said that it did happen, did it feel like, as far as like remember, not remembering, did it feel similar to that?
No, sir. Cause I can remember bits and pieces of that night, not October 3rd, but that night in Nashville.
Okay.
I do remember bits and pieces of that
Okay.
night.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't remember what was said, done prior to the wreck-off?
No, I just remember us being on the sidewalk, having a good time, and I really don't. I want to remember, and they had told me at the scene of the accident that I had temporary amnesia, and I don't.
And that's common,
Right.
that is common. And that's why we tried to allow, several, a couple weeks,
Right.
because what we typically see with things is, in a critical incident, it's, the day of the event, it's kind of hard to remember a lot of stuff, right? But after 3 or 4 good sleep cycles and stuff, you have time to kind of start remembering a little bit more. And that's why we went to the hospital, started some hours at the hospital. I don't know if you remember
Some of it.
from the hospital. But that's why we'll kind of get an initial, statement and investigation going then, but we always like to come back and try to, after we kind of understand some of the puzzle pieces, try to come back and see if we can make sense of the puzzle pieces.
Right.
So everything between you and Jason was fine.
Yes.
No arguing.
Mm-mm.
Has he ever played when you're driving or if he's driving and y'all ever kind of goofed around and jerked the steering wheel from each other or done anything like that?
No, but I've always had to tell him, put your seatbelt on. Because my car will ding, 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 and him, if he's in the driver's seat, he'll put his seatbelt on. But if he's in my passenger seat, 9 times out of 10, I have to tell him to put his seatbelt on. But that's it. No jerking or acting crazy like that, no, yeah.
Okay. But sometimes, people will joke, kind of cut up,
Right.
and do some stuff. Well, here's what I can tell you.
Okay.
You wouldn't learn to see that. Okay? I can tell you that.
Okay.
I know that 100%.
Okay.
I can't really tell you what was going on between, the conversations y'all was having or anything else, right?
Right.
But I mean, there are certain things that I do know about the crash.
Right.
That me and Sergeant Summer have, there's, through our investigation, we can tell, whether seatbelts was worn or not. And obviously you had yours on.
Yes, sir.
There's evidence to support that,
Okay.
right? Not only, you probably may have had a mark, that day, but I mean, there's obviously the seatbelt was still locked in the position whenever you got out of the car. And his was locked in the position where it was normally at whenever nobody's wearing a seatbelt.
Okay.
I mean, speed's a factor in the crash.
Is it speed?
Speed is a factor.
Okay.
I can tell you that you was going about 60 up the hill, whenever you come around the curve. So I mean, we know that.
Okay.
But there again, I don't know what causes that.
Right.
Like, I don't know if y'all was just maybe in a hurry to go home, if there was, like, I mean, you don't remember, but like, there had been some discussion, in between the two, but,
And I've asked Katie Jo, can you tell me, like, were we arguing? And she said, no, you guys were just goofing around, having a good time. Because I have literally tried to make sense of this whole thing. Which we don't fight often. Usually, what do you want for dinner? I don't care. What do you want? Oh my gosh, I have to pick. Like, that's the extent of our argument, really. But last thing I remember is being on that sidewalk, and then next thing you know, he is slumped over next to me. And then 2 women are in my face, are you okay, are you okay? And where am I at, what's going on? I don't.
do you think you could have fell asleep? I mean, do you have a problem with narcolepsy or anything?
No, sir.
They get you out of the car. And then whenever I got there, you was in the ambulance.
Okay.
Do you remember having a conversation in the back of the ambulance? That may have been at the time that she was on the phone with you.
Frankie, I think he was on the phone with him, maybe. I really don't know where she was at that moment, but because he was screaming, blah, 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 I couldn't get her to understand me, and so Frankie said, I can get her to talk, and he kept saying, baby, where are you? Where are you? Where are you at? And I could hear somebody's voice in the background, and, Brady said, finally she said, I'm in Dixon. Somebody told her she's in Dixon, and then he said, we're at Dixon. And she said, we're at Dixon, and he said West Walnut. Or he said East Walnut, but I think actually it was West Walnut.
Mhm.
Do you remember when you got to the hospital, anything at the hospital?
Acting crazy and just screaming at the top of my lungs. And I remember someone trying to either get a breathalyzer or take my blood.
But we took your blood.
Right,
Mhm.
right.
We had a search warrant. But I think you consented.
Right, right. Actually, I had drawn up a search warrant just in case you didn't consent, but once I read the implied consent to you, you agreed. You actually asked your mom what she thought you should do, and she's like, I can't tell you, this is your decision. So, you consented.
And let me ask you, is there anything, obviously, there's going to be some alcohol in the system, but is there anything else that would potentially be in your system? When was the last time you had any of that prior to that night?
Probably Friday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you don't remember any, like, y'all didn't do anything Saturday?
What'd he say? Any
Not that I
what?
recall.
When you do smoke it, do you smoke it in your car?
No.
Okay. And the reason why I was asking that is because I didn't necessarily smell any in your car. Okay. But, you know, I want to be able to explain, you know, if that comes back, right?
I was
And
talking
so
about
I
marijuana.
want to be able to explain it. You told us that Friday night, that you had smoked a little bit. Anything else is going to, nothing? Okay. Because they test for all of that.
Right.
And there's a threshold that they look at, and they break that down for us as far as like the nanograms and things. When it comes to that. So that's the main question.
No, and she's pretty much covered what we talked about at the ER that night. But I will ask you one question, same question I asked you the night we was at the hospital. When y'all got to House of Brews or Oktoberfest, did you have a predetermined time you were leaving? Or did something take place that caused y'all to just say, all right, it's time for us to go?
That's what I don't know. That's what I'm like, did everybody leave? Was it over? I don't
Okay.
know.
Hey, Ronnie, how you doing?
Hmm.
Good to see
I
ya.
don't know. I don't know. I don't know if he wanted to go home, if I wanted to go home, if it was just over and it was time to go home. I really don't know. I don't know.
And back to the alcohol. You had one beer at Xander's.
Yes, sir.
And how many do you remember having at House Brews?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
Okay. Because I know during this interview, you said you had one beer and then one shot. Okay.
But I don't know. Other than that, I do not remember
Okay.
the extent.
Do you remember paying for any beers for you and Jason at House Brews?
I do have 2 charges on my credit card for that. I do remember not wanting more beer, and he wanted more beer. But I do have those charges on my credit card.
Do you know what the amount of those are?
$29 and some odd change, and $27 and some odd change.
And they was both at the House Brews?
Yes, sir.
What questions do you have for us? Whether you
what happens after today?
So where we go from here is we're obviously gonna wait till all the blood results come back in, okay? And then, once we get all of that in, and we know all the puzzle pieces, okay, we'll be in contact with our district attorney's office, okay? And we have to present a case to them, and we have to say, these are the facts as we know it, right? These are the facts as we don't know it, right? But we try to have everything answered that we feel like that y'all may ask, or that they may ask of us, okay? Now, if it comes back and the DA says she's above that legal limit and all this stuff, then they'll have us present a case to the grand jury, okay? And then, we'll be in contact, we can stay in contact with y'all. I mean, we want to be upfront and honest as much as y'all have been upfront and honest, as much as we can tell, right? To the facts of the case. And we'll let you know every step that we're doing, okay? And if they return what we call a true bill or an indictment against you, we can call you, we can go over there and bring stuff in if they do that, okay? But we can't rush into this and say, yes, we're gonna charge you or no, we're not, okay? Because we don't know, we need to get all the facts of the cases. And we need to talk to these other people that seen and where, she says, hey, we've had these conversations and she appeared to be fine. What caused you to not remember from the car or the sidewalk to when you called them all? So that's the time frame that we gotta try to answer, and that's why I was asking about, your sleep habits. Was it something that you was tired? Do you sleep good at night or are you kind of up and down?
I'm a good sleeper. I'm usually in bed and then I wake up every morning around 6:30 unless I have to go to work.
You feel rested?
Yes, absolutely. I stay as healthy as I can.
And then, that's why we ask all these questions, right? To try to answer those, that short little timeline right there. I mean, we know the events with the car. And we had evidence on the scene, that speed's a factor. When we downloaded, the CDR, it's kind of like the black box everybody talks about in a car, or like an airplane. You always hear that whenever you have an airplane crash. Somebody says, oh, we gotta find the black box, right? So what happens is your car, when the airbag's in all the forward, it records, right? So it backs up like 5 seconds prior to the crash. And it tells us the steering angles that you was at, it tells us whether you was on or off your brake, whether you was on or off the acceleration, whether you was wearing a seatbelt, whether he was wearing a seatbelt. It gives us kind of a understanding of speeds and things like that, okay? But what they don't tell us is the conversations in the car. So that they don't record those, right? It just records the data off the car, okay? And that's why we're trying to see what.
I agree.
What had taken place.
Destroy her life, probably.
To try to answer some of that void that's there. And those that when we get everything back, like I said, we'll be in contact with our district attorney's office, and then we'll also call you and say, hey, this is what we're doing, right? This is where we're going from here. Whether the DA says no charges, we're not going to do any type of charges, or yes, we're going to move forward with charges. Those are decisions based on the evidence coming back out. Okay. And then if we do, like I said, we'll call you. You can come over there. You can testify. We could see if the DA would even let you speak to the grand jury if you wanted to speak to the grand jury. Those are your options. I mean, you can honestly, hire an attorney if you wanted to.
I read off,
I think in the way I understand it is, I think that the mother of the child may have already hired an attorney. Are you all aware of that? anything. Typically, what we see in cases like this is the deceased family will hire an attorney, just to, not saying like Jason's mom or dad or stepmom or whatever. But we typically see on all these cases like this, somebody, right, hires what we call a civil attorney to start looking at the crash also, okay? I'll give you an example. We worked one over here on Beasley Drive where 2 teenagers were obviously killed back in the summer. And it takes us a while to get the results back from the TBI, but it was 2 families and their boyfriend and girlfriend, and their family, her family, of course, she died as a result, and he died as a result of the crash. But now her family's hired an attorney, to kind of go after her family, right, or his family, and both of them, was killed in the crash. So it's not uncommon for people to start hiring attorneys and trying to play these what-if questions, okay? I want you to be fully prepared for whatever.
So she has?
I don't know. It's not uncommon for them.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And what they try to do first is, they try to get with the insurance company, like your auto insurance, and say, oh, well, this happened, and we want you cash out, whatever. We see it all the time. You watch the TV, right? You've got all these attorneys' offices. If you're in a wreck and you need a check, call me, right? Those attorneys is the ones that I'm talking about. When you see those people sit back and they say, oh, well, I'm going to call them, right? Or it gets people's mind to thinking, well, is that an easy payday? Not in all cases, but 90% of the cases we see where people start hiring civil attorneys to start doing something civil, right? All we deal with is criminal stuff, okay? So I want you to know that if they do, right, you have an option not to talk to them too. Okay, so if they have investigators that would come down and try to call you or call mom or call somebody associated with it, and try to ask you a bunch of questions. You don't have to answer them. Okay. If they call you and they say, oh, we represent the law enforcement aspect of it, listen, you know my name, right? You know Sergeant Summerhour's name. You know what we look like. So if it ain't me or him showing up at your house and saying, hey, Haley, remember the conversations that we've had, in the past, right? You don't have to call them.
Okay.
I mean, people try different things, okay? And it may linger on for a while. I mean, I don't want you to think that, oh, if you ain't heard nothing by this point, right? Ain't nothing gonna happen civilly, in our country, right? But we will stay in contact with y'all as every step of this comes back, okay? And we'll let you know. The only thing that we can do as traffic investigators is point out the truth and the facts as we know it, okay? I mean, we've been through extensive training to say, we can look at the roadway evidence, and I know y'all went back to the scene, you walked it, and you looked around. Obviously, you've seen where you went up on the sidewalk right before you hit the utility pole.
I went on the sidewalk?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, you ran up on the sidewalk, and there's we call that, your car went sideways. And so what we look for is what we call striation line. It means that the tires are not locked up, so they're side slipping, free rotating. And that's obviously, we can take those measurements and do a known formula and come up with a speed. We did, and that's where I say speed's a factor. And then whenever we downloaded the car, it supported our findings to say, yeah, speed was a factor. So there again, we don't know if it was a last minute, maybe you fell asleep. I don't know. I mean, those are things that I can't necessarily answer. Could it have been a possibility that you fell asleep, accelerated, and woke up, seen, oh my God, we're in this curve, and you jerk it? That could be a possibility. But there again, you don't recall it, and I wouldn't recall it. But we do know that. We do know that you went up on the sidewalk and it was.
Lucky she didn't hit anybody else.
And then obviously you come to rest, your car stopped, in the road right there. And we take all of that into measurements and we plug them all back into what we're known for, and we can tell speeds. That way.
So the phone was on Dixon's side of the car.
Now, let me tell you this, okay? You have always tried to get him to the seatbelt,
Yes, sir.
okay? And I'm sure that night, if you could recall it, you probably would recall that you probably said the same thing that you said 100 times before. Put your seatbelt, okay? And had he done that, I feel like that the wreck, it still would have happened. He still would have sustained some injuries, but I don't think it would be where it's at today.
I wondered that too.
So I say that, I mean, yeah,
If you had his seatbelt on.
that's not fault, right? Yes, speed's a little factor. But his decision not to put on the seatbelt is partly on the two. Okay? I don't know if that makes you feel like that.
A little bit. I've been wanting to know that if he had a seatbelt on or not,
He did.
so.
See, and that's what caused the major part of his injuries.
Okay.
Because the seatbelt is designed to keep you in your seat.
Correct.
I mean, yeah, the impact was more on his side.
Correct.
And the same result may have happened.
Okay.
Could possibly,
Yeah.
right? I'm a believer that God's got our book written. He's got our chapters done.
Yes, sir.
And we just gotta get there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So that's my belief. I'm not saying you gotta believe that, right? So just understand that.
Okay.
Okay?
Sure.
But we do know speed, seatbelt, calls all.
Sure.
Okay? What other questions do y'all have?
Is there a certain, like, I don't know how to ask this, I know you said you can't tell me a certain day when this will happen, or is this gonna happen 4 months from now? Do you know when you get results?
So
Do you know?
typically, when we send all of that stuff off to the TBI,
Okay.
it could be up to 8 months before we get all of our results back. Okay? We're on their timeline as it is. Excuse me, because we don't have the labs and scientists to start doing all the testing.
Right.
So I have seen on our cases to where we've submitted blood and it's taken up to 8 months to do that. Okay. But I personally, if I was y'all, I wouldn't discuss it. I mean, if your insurance company calls you, yeah.
But she also said, even though she tells him to put a seatbelt on, that he doesn't always do it.
But if a friend calls you and wants to talk about it, if you don't feel comfortable talking about it, I'll call about it. But now I want to encourage you to talk to your mom. I want to encourage you to find a pastor, okay? And to find some type of therapy.
I started therapy the Thursday after the accident.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, listen, if you keep all of these emotions that you're going through bottled up, it's gonna tear you apart. Okay? You have to talk about it. But you have to be cautious to who you talk to about it,
Yes, sir.
okay? Because you don't know other people's motives,
Right.
okay? She's safe haven, right? She's here for you. Your therapist is there for you, right? You know, I mean, obviously you can come talk to us, but I mean, you gotta understand that we help you as much as we can,
Yeah.
right? You know, but I would rather you talk to a pastor or a therapist or your mom.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to talk to anybody.
Okay. Okay.
You don't.
Mhm.
If you have questions, Mom, y'all come back, call us.
Okay.
You have our information, you have our numbers,
Yes, sir.
call us. We'll be more than happy to sit down with you. You know, and like I said, as we move through these processes, okay, we'll call you. Hey, this is what we're doing. You know,
Is it likely that if you're talking to like this person, or is it likely that you deviate when they're talking to you?
I could have
sometimes,
heard wrong
now,
too.
that is a good question. I
I
can tell you that I had a wreck out on the interstate that I was investigating where
I really
the guy
wanted
had looked down, and he looked at more of his forward. Now, you know, and it turned, right? But if she turned this away, right, she realized pretty quick what was going on and then pulled back to the left because the car, had she stayed to the right, and she would have went to the right and off the sidewalk through, you know, the yards or whatever the case may be. But she quickly seen that, and it may have jerked it back to the left, what causes her to lose stability, lateral stability, and to go into those what we call critical speed jumps. You ever been to Taco Bell?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever hit the back left tire on the curb when you're going through the drive-through?
I got Taco Bell now.
No, I've done it at First Federal Bank
Okay.
though, but.
So try to help you understand why that happens, right? Under normal conditions, your rear tire's tracked to the inside. That's why the rear tire, if you're turning left, typically hits something, right? That's under normal. But like if we start breaking outside of the forces, right? You've got different forces, centrifugal and centrifugal forces that's kind of centering. One's pulling out, one's pulling in. That kind of keeps your car in the line that it needs to stay in. But if we ever started seeing that, right, and it breaks out, and what happens is the rear tires go out the outside. That's where you see people jerk the car, and the car turns, and the rear tires start going to the outside instead of the inside. And that's what happened in here. You exceeded those forces, right? And whatever caused you, and there you go. I mean, it could be that, you know, you fell asleep, you realize, hey, we're got this curve, not knowing the area, it's through a sharp curve, and you jerked it, but it caused your rear tires to go sideways, like come outside of the normal, right? Then you started into what we call a critical speed yaw. And that's where your car is going sideways. Your tires are rotating, but they're side slipping. And I mean, it's kind of hard to regain control of that sometimes. You know? And then that's when you come in contact with the pump. I mean, that kind of helps explain it a little bit better. But yeah, I mean, it could have been that she, you know, they was having a conversation and she turns to look at it, and it was like, oh, and then jerk, you know, jerk it. I mean, those are conversations that you may never remember. It may be something you remember later. But, you know, if you remember anything later, and you'd like to come and talk to us about it, we're here. Okay, so we would love to try to answer that gap.
Absolutely.
You know, what was going on inside the car. We know what the car was doing, right? know what was going on inside. Okay. Any other questions?
He's like, anytime you want to keep talking without your attorney, we're here to listen.
If you do need anything, that's all. And then again, just be cautious. Be cautious.
Be cautious.
And if you get that other girl's phone number, and you wanna call us and give it to us, that's fine. We'll try to reach out to her, we'll try to see if we can find anything out. You remember talking to Sue, Mama Sue, before you left?
No, I do not, but she, had come to my house after, not that night, but a few days later, I believe, and told me that we had got separated. Jason and I went to the bathroom. I do remember going to the bathroom. He obviously wasn't with me. But he was outside and he was hanging on her, just kind of. And she told me that she made him promise not to drive and that Haley needed to drive. She told me I was sober. But she did tell me that and told me if she thought for 2 seconds that I wasn't okay to drive, then she would take my keys. And she is that way. She acts like a mom, hence the name, but yeah. But I didn't see her outside, him waiting on her or anything like that. I think she just went back inside at that point. I didn't see that. But she.
Have you guys noticed they're as bad at ending this interview as I am ending my stream?
So they will, where he was taken to the medical examiner's office, they do a toxicology. And they'll look for drugs too. In his system too.
I want to make sure you do have our contact information, correct?
It's on my refrigerator.
Okay.
My son gives me a so Gabby. My son gives me a hard time because I'm horrible at just ending my streams. And sometimes when I see the end of them, I'm like, oh my gosh, I repeated myself 20,000 times. They've ended this interview, kind of. She keeps talking, or the mom keeps asking a question. Obviously, the police are going to let her keep talking. But like they're just every time they're like, okay, do you have anything else? Do you have anything else? And her and her mom are like, well, we have 100 other things. Stop talking. Like you, and I was sitting here, surely it didn't take them 2 years to arrest her for this. I mean, I don't know. I will look when we have the verdict, but I don't want to look before then.
Paper you wrote on that,
Okay.
Any questions or concerns? Call us. Yeah. We appreciate y'all, and there again, we're sorry for what y'all are going through. It's a process, okay? And you know, just gotta make sure that we're covering everything to try to answer all the questions that we'll have.
As soon as her rights were read, that's what she should have done. I believe, my opinion only from what I've heard other attorneys say. So hang on real quick. Hey, Stormy, if you're still here, in that situation you were talking about where she hit and the kid that was in the middle of the road who was impaired and she wasn't charged, was she impaired? Okay. You're talking about in Florida? Because my kids had a friend that they were driving back from a wedding and they were on like a back country road and they came up over the hill, and there was a guy right in the middle of the road, and he hit him, and he killed him. And the guy in the road was impaired. Um, we were worried that the driver of the truck was probably impaired because they had left a wedding. He either was not or was below the legal limit like her, and so he was not charged with anything. And I would say that's exactly why she wasn't charged, is because the person in the middle of the road was where they were not supposed to be, was impaired. She wasn't impaired, and so that may be why. It may not be uh, because of who her dad is. Not saying it's not, but that makes sense. Also, Chrissy, I I've done that before, Gabby. That's a mess. Um, I emailed Lauren yesterday about what you put on the medical examiner's testimony on Tucker's stream, and she was going to go back and rewatch it, but she said that the red substance on the knife, the double-edged sharp thing, uh, was Paula's, Rory's, and Matthew's. So I like, that's really strange considering that the Emmy's description doesn't match that. And we all know that it's kind of fishy down there in Florida. No pun intended. All the puns intended. So that's two. That was, I forgot. I was trying to remember. I'm like sitting here going, I need to tell somebody something. So I asked her. She also said she's thinking about maybe doing a really deep dive into the whole thing on a YouTube. Uh, she said her on YouTube. I don't know if she has a channel, but I told her that would be really good because she has all the information, and I think it's hard to get them out on the in an interview because there's too many things happening and coming at you. I told her, I mean, as long as she's not going to get in trouble, that I think it would be really good for her to do. But I did send it because I was thinking about it, and I thought, if it's something, great. If it's nothing, then at least we sent it in case it was something. I didn't want to not do it and end up, maybe we should have. So I did. I had forgotten about the red substance on the knife being those people's, and when she mentioned it, I was like, yep. I also asked her if there was cell phone data, if Ty had a cell phone at the time. She said he did. They have everybody's was preserved, but guess whose wasn't? Travis's. It just gets better. It just gets better. That is such a mess. Yeah, it's all bad. It's all bad. Yeah, I don't know. I hoping for the best. Oh, also, one other thing, Chrissy, that I have for you that is, wait a minute, I missed something. Was this today? Somebody made you cry today. That's not nice. I'm sorry. The only thing I can offer to do for you is to write a strongly worded letter, because I do write notes. But all joking aside, I'm really sorry. I hate that. And she will. Yes, Chrissy, oops, where you at? There you are. Yep. I am kind of hoping maybe Travis really does go get lost in the wind. Oh, good times. Yeah. Uh, Chrissy, while I'm thinking of it, Carmen might send you a message because Cheyenne has to do something in drop my pen, California, and it's in Orange County. Uh, they have her staying at a hotel in Anaheim. I just remembered when mom and dad lived out there, Anaheim wasn't great. So that's 20 years ago almost. I have no idea what it's like now or what any areas are like now. So I was like, I know who might know. So she may be asking you about that at some point. Yeah, that's just not, yeah, not fair. All right, it let you post that? Huh. I'll star it. I don't, okay, thank you. I didn't know she would. They kind of had a busy night. Uh, I don't know what will happen if I click it. If my stream gets shut down, well, no. We're at 3:56. Oh no. Oh, oh. Oh, hang on. It opened in another. Hang on, I got it. Oh, I got it. Because it fits right here. The title. Hopefully I don't get anything. All right. I hope you all can hear it. Here we go. Just kidding.
As an FBI special agent, I was not a fan of the Miranda warning because it had such a chilling effect on the subject's willingness to confess to me.
Not a fan?
Although they have the right to remain silent and to an attorney, it was the last thing in the world I wanted them to invoke.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
What a lot of people don't understand is that you only need to Mirandize a subject when you're questioning them and they're in your custody. For that reason, I prefer to do my interrogations at a place when they are not in my custody, and that usually meant the subject's home or office.
That's That's all I needed to hear. It's never a bad time for me to bring this back.
It's lovely talking to you as always.
Oh, hello.
We were just talking about you kids.
I'm Denise Heberly.
And I'm Bill Goodman.
Together, we've been fighting fascism for over 50 years.
And so much has changed over those 50 years, such as the ingredients to a
Yeah,
successful
we're good.
firebomb.
And the glass that bank windows are made of.
But there's one thing that hasn't changed over 50 years, something that is so important to tell you kids who are new to this movement.
Shut the fuck up. You're sitting in the police transport van after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. In a holding cell with your comrades?
Shut the fuck up. Cop knocks on your door?
Shut the fuck up.
Texting on an unsecured device?
Shut the fuck up. Pulled over by the cops after a protest?
Shut the fuck up. Cop just asking about your day?
Shut the fuck up. Feds, call your mom?
Tell your mother to shut the fuck up.
Now, repeat after me. When the cops come calling, what do you do? Shut the fuck up!
Well, yes. To put it bluntly, please. When they say anything you say can and will be used against you, they mean it. They mean it. They will absolutely, and I agree with you. Yes, was shut up. As soon as he said, you have the right to remain silent, do it. Do it. But the guy that said he doesn't like Miranda warnings, those are the problem. Those are the problem officers because none of them like it. I get it, but you need to respect it. Carmen and I had several conversations about this. And at first she was kind of like, and then I was like, no. It's a right. It's an absolute right. That's period. End of discussion. But as things have gone on, as she has watched this and just kind of got out of things, her mind is changing and she sees a lot of stuff now. So yeah, that's the best advice and the most blunt thing. Yes, call a lawyer, call a lawyer, call a lawyer, and they're going to make you wait. They're going to make you wait. So just know you're going to wait and it's not going to be comfortable and it's all going to suck. And it might make them focus on you just a little bit harder. I've seen that too. But I've also seen officers that got there that then realized, hey, we got tunnel vision because he lawyered up right away. But then our investigation wasn't him. Lucky him that they found that out. Absolutely. We all want to tell our stories, don't we? I mean, just at the end of this questioning, the mom and her could not just be like, okay, and just walk out of there. She tried to protect her friend more than she tried to protect herself. Yeah, Gabby, there's no way. You'd go get Mr. Gabby in a second. My youngest Dane likes to do those, and she gets them the most in the pouring down rain outside. She runs the backyard like it's a racetrack. I'm like, it's pouring down rain. Most Great Danes think they'll melt. She'd stop there, yay. And then she comes in, I'm like, yay. They just don't teach that stuff anymore in school. They just don't teach the basics of anything except how to be weird, I think. I don't know. I had to teach my kids how to address an envelope. I'm like, all right, well, that's fine. I didn't know you didn't know how to do it. I think I learned how to do that in school.
It's only about 20 more
That's a
seconds.
meeting thing. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
That's the new norm too. So, yes, no, it should just open right out.
Yeah, they just don't do
Thank you.
stuff.
Is that the entirety of Ms. Brown's interview on that day?
Sir.
Now, Your Honor, I'd like to enter this as the state's next exhibit. Were you ultimately able to follow up with Sue Connor at House of Brews as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did y'all try to talk to or get statements from everybody that y'all could?
We tried, yes, sir.
All right. Those are my questions. I think Mr. Spratt will probably have some questions.
Stormy, my pen pals never wrote back.
It would probably be a good time to break, Your Honor. I don't know how.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're at an hour, so we're gonna go ahead and take a lunch hour until 1:15. We'll recess for lunch until 1:15.
All right.
Gotta get my pen.
We're now in recess.
Yeah, but my kids did not know how to address an envelope, Ronnie. When they got out of school. When they got out of high school, I didn't even realize because I had never probably even had to have them address an envelope, but my son needed to. He was in freaking college. And he had to call me and say, "Hey, is this right?" And I was like, "No." Like, and then Carmen, she sent me asked me here not too long ago. I'm like, "This is sad." All right, got a note. Making a note. You know what? I just almost wrote AJ. April 4th. I read an article not too long ago that they are starting to bring this kind of stuff back. Um, especially like finances and the basics of finances. So, and they were talking about how there's an organization out there that's trying to bring this just basic stuff for kids to learn how to do their finances and budget and um I don't know if I'll have to write a check because let's face it, you don't have to do that um much, but there's a couple places we have to write checks to. There's not very many, but there's a few. One, because our water company, if you pay them with a credit card, it is a like huge convenience fee. And just sorry, no, we'll drive a few miles down the road and put it in your Dropbox. But yeah, they are starting that. I hope it picks up and I hope it gets momentum. I hope they bring cursive writing back too, because we all need to sign our names. And I don't get it. Yep. They don't know how to live. Seriously, Gabby, how old's your sister? Wow. And I know a lot of people don't even write anymore. My dad and I were having a conversation. 24, she should know. Uh, we were talking about how bad our handwriting. Yeah, she should know. The best cursive was from, like, um, grandma's. Like, my grandma, maybe I don't know, maybe they're still there. Um, when I get up every morning and I've Got a Secret, the really old episodes, and they come in and they sign in on the chalkboard, and most of their writing is just perfect, and it's so pretty. I was never, like I didn't have proper cursive, but yeah, you don't have to write anything because that's what, uh, my dad and I were talking about how bad our handwriting had gotten, and because we don't write anything. I've started writing more because I write a lot of stuff down for these so I don't forget, even though I still do. And I'm like, "My handwriting's getting better." So, there's a plus. My mom, growing up, um, in the '50s, being in school in the '50s, she was left-handed and well, '40s and '50s. They tried really, really hard to not make her be left-handed because that was a thing that they didn't want people to be left-handed. So her writing, there was no way you were ever going to forge anything. If you tried, you would have failed because it was very unique, but it wasn't bad, but you couldn't reproduce it. My daughter's a lefty, but she gets mad cuz she's one of those left-handed people uh that when she writes across the whiteboard, she erases as she writes because her hand's coming across. I had friends that were growing up and they were big hooks around like they when they would write. Uh so we had my mom was a lefty. My One of my brother's kids is a nefty. He's my nephew. Is a lefty. And Carmen's a lefty. And I don't know about their kids. I don't know. I don't see them right. They're always playing. I don't know if there's any more lefties down there, down along the way. But we certainly didn't try to change them. I just thought that is just a crazy thing to me that I'm glad I know a nefty. That I'm glad they came to know that was normal. Judge is muted, not me, just so you know. I feel like we've had a lot of breaks in this.
Bring in the jury. I was trying to say nephew and lefty. Nefty, nefty, nefty. I thought that sounds like a bowling league. Nifty nefties.
I would agree.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for the state to continue its, I believe this is cross-examination of retired Sergeant
All right, come
Summerall.
on, defense. See what you got.
Afternoon, Sergeant Summerall, retired Sergeant Summerall, right?
Yes, sir.
This your last time to testify, is that what
This
I'm
is it.
understanding? Okay.
No wonder he looks so happy. So,
All right, you want me to call you Sergeant? You want me to call you Mr. Summerall?
I don't care what you call me.
All right, good deal.
Hey,
All right, so
no, just kidding.
as quickly as I can, you've had a chance to review all these videos and all that stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And you showed up about 10:30, 10:37, something like that,
Somewhere around
at
there.
the horizon down here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now just to, you had gotten your, more or less your kind of order as to what portion of the case you were going to handle from Major Christian,
Correct.
now Major Christian. Okay.
Tennessee.
All right. And so you were tasked with handling the DUI portion of the investigation.
Yes, sir.
Just to be, you don't remember, do you? You had no idea what was going on at the hospital until you got there, pretty much, right?
Right.
So you weren't in contact with Corporal Progel or
I don't believe I spoke with her until I got to.
until you got there. Okay. All right. So you came in and pretty much you just go straight to Miss Brown and her mom's with her.
Yes, sir.
You spoke to Corporal Progel for just a minute and then went to Miss Brown. And then she ultimately
with ya.
signed the implied consent.
Right.
Right. And tell me again exactly how that went once she signed that form. Was there a phlebotomist in there?
I don't remember if the phlebotomist was already in the room or if we had to wait for the phlebotomist to get there.
Okay.
But at some point, the phlebotomist came in and drew the vials.
Okay. And what exactly did you observe when they were doing all of that?
Just the phlebotomist filling the tubes up with blood.
All right. And and then I think your testimony was you took it, put it in the evidence locker and.
Correct.
Now, and that, for the purposes of that night, was more or less that was more or less your involvement in the investigation, using that blood sample. And then you were, later you were present when Miss Brown gave the Miranda interview, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she said that she had eaten at Xander's, her and Mr. Brown had eaten at Xander's Pizza, right?
Yes, sir.
And she told you she'd had a beer.
Correct.
And an appetizer, a salad, and a personal pizza, right?
I believe that's what she said.
And then they went to the Oktoberfest. Now, Captain Christian, you noted that Captain Christian had noted in the interview that Miss Brown had a alcohol beverage bartender card.
Yes.
Okay. And so, and that would imply that she had some sort of training in that, right?
Correct.
And in her opinion, she wouldn't have cut herself off. We heard that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then Captain Christian wanted to do due diligence, and she was cooperative, right? It was a
Yes, sir. I mean,
cooperative
totally
interview.
voluntarily, she came in and cooperated fully.
And to do your due diligence, you and Major Christian, y'all were going to talk to every witness that you could, right?
Correct.
Because, and I think this, I don't want to talk out of context here, but I think it says that if you do your due diligence, if the witnesses say you're fine, then that supports that theory, right?
Can you say that one more time?
He was talking about a witness and he said if the witness says that you were fine, then that would support that theory. talking about when y'all were looking for other witnesses, like, I don't know, Katie Joe, I think was one of them. But did you hear that where he says if they said you were fine, that would support that theory? Now, did you and Major Christian interview a Miss Sue Connor?
We did.
Okay. And that was later on as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she an interested person?
You can say that.
Okay. Not very tall either, huh?
No, she's rather on the short side.
Okay. All right. But you guys interviewed her later. Was that the same day or was that later on? Or do you know?
I believe it was later on. I don't remember if we finished up our interview with Miss Brown and then went, or if we went a day or two later.
Okay, fair enough. Now going back to Miss Brown's interview, she said she usually didn't take that route and she wasn't familiar with Walnut Street, right?
That's what she said, yes, sir.
And are you aware whether or not there is a speed limit sign? Let me back up. If you're leaving Main Street, you have to back out and then point yourself towards Walnut Street, right?
Right.
And then you make a right on Walnut Street.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware if anywhere on that route, if there's a speed limit sign between there and where the wreck happened?
Now, it's been a while since I've been on Walnut, since I've retired, but if memory serves me right, after you go through the intersection of Walnut and South Charlotte, there is a speed limit sign on the right-hand side.
Okay, but you're not 100% sure?
I'm not 100%
Okay,
sure.
fair enough. All right. And and then we're talking about what went into this crash. Major Christian said that speed is definitely a factor, right?
Right.
And he said, but he doesn't know what causes that, right? Okay. And you, I don't know if it was you or he but Miss Brown was upfront and honest with you guys, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she admitted that she'd used some marijuana the day before, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. And again, with the black box, and I'm using Major Christian's words there, but it says it doesn't tell us what happened inside the car.
Right.
Right? Okay. You have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
I think they said Walnut Street because that's where the accident happened. But Mayonnaise Street would be gross.
I'll tender the witness, Judge.
That was quick.
Your Honor, anything further?
No redirect, Judge.
Retired Sergeant Summerer, you are released and you may return to enjoying your retirement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He was super helpful to
Your Honor, you
him
may call your next witness.
Judge, the state of Tennessee calls Major Todd Christian to the stand.
until he went back and asked him the height question. And then he goes, no, he's about your height. Like that was not good.
And again, I apologize, Judge. Apologize once again, Judge, for moving around.
If you could make the mic be better this time, sir, that'd be great. I bet we're gonna see body cam footage. So I didn't hear any beeps on the first time we watched this. Also, if it is body cam footage, please keep in mind this is not like a court TV thing. I know I've said this, court TV or law and crime where things might be edited. This is just his courtroom, so I don't know. And the reason I say that, I was watching body cam footage yesterday on a trial that started up in Michigan that I thought we might watch, but the very first thing they did was walk in and there she was on the ground. So, and it's on that channel that did Shonda, so I have no idea if they'll even air any more of it because they're good at starting a trial and then you never see anything else. But that body cam was not censored at all for the viewers. So I don't know what we're getting ready to see.
How's it going this afternoon, Major Christian?
Fine, sir.
If you would, please tell us who you are and tell us what you do, and spell your first and last name for the court reporter.
Todd Christian. It's Toddchristien. I'm currently a major with the Dixon Police Department.
Now, what do they got you doing these days?
So I assist with the day-to-day operations with the department, and I also serve still as our lead reconstructionist.
And when you say reconstructionist, do you mean crash reconstructionist?
That is correct.
How long have you been doing that?
Since 2010.
All right, so he has some experience.
Now, I'm going to pass up a document. Do you recognize the document that I passed up to you?
Yes, sir.
Is that your resume, or what is sometimes called a curriculum vitae or CV?
That is correct.
And is that more or less up to date to the current time?
As best as I can recall, yes, sir.
Okay. And just to touch just a couple of points, tell us about your basic and advanced crash reconstruction training, and then tell us about, you yourself are a trainer. Tell us a little bit about that.
So my initial training was 40 hours at the Tennessee Law Enforcement Training Academy. And then I attended an 80-hour advanced crash class after that, somewhere in 2008. Then in 2010, I attended another 80-hour class to become a reconstructionist. And part of that reconstructionist, you had to reconstruct a crash to perfection in order to get your certificate. So half a day you do theory. So it's kind of like just recalling some facts, and then you reconstruct a crash. It takes another 4 hours to do a full, complete reconstruction for that. And then they grade it. And then after I received my certification as a reconstructionist, I started teaching with the Tennessee Highway Safety Office in 2010. And I still currently teach with the Tennessee Highway Safety Office today, teaching crash investigations from basic to advanced to reconstructionist level.
No, the
Now,
reconstruction.
have you ever been deemed an expert in crash reconstruction by a court here in the state of Tennessee?
No, sir.
Okay, so this will be the first time.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would like to submit Major Todd Christian of the Dixon Police Department as an expert in crash reconstruction.
No, he's not talking about to be a cop.
It says no objections, so this will be the first time it happens, but we expect it to happen again. We will certify Major Todd Christian as an expert in accident reconstruction.
And Your Honor, I would like to submit his CV as the state's next
That is
exhibit.
the next exhibit 10, is that correct?
Now, Major Christian, did you perform a crash reconstruction and accident reconstruction for the case that we're here about today from October 3rd, 2020?
That's correct.
Now, before we get into the details in the
2022.
PowerPoint that you prepared, run us through all of the things that you did as
Really
part of the
did take 4
investigation.
years.
So when I received the call, I made some phone calls on the way to Sergeant Summerhour, advised him of what we was responding to, that we would need his assistance to come out. Once I arrived on the scene, I walked through the scene to kind of get a survey of what all was needed as far as equipment, and just get a general basis of the actions that took place. As I got out of my patrol car, Miss Brown was in the back of the ambulance. You could tell that she was obviously upset. She was screaming, had her phone in her hand. I walked past the ambulance to the vehicle that was resting in the middle of the roadway at Walnut Street. I walked around the car. I seen the deceased laying partially in the driver's seat and out into the roadway, where our medics had tried to pull him out to make sure that they couldn't revive him. I met with Sergeant Chandler and spoke to him about some witnesses, and then I started taking photographs. marking the scene for evidence, talking to some of the witnesses to try to get a better understanding about the crash, and then making marks, taking there again some more measurements to determine the speed based off of the yaw marks or what we call striation marks there on the sidewalk.
Okay. And did your investigation also include checking Ms. Brown's vehicle for recalls that could or could not be relevant?
That's correct. We went to, there's a website, it's called safercars.com, where you can enter in the VIN number of that particular vehicle, and it will show you any open recalls on those vehicles.
And did you also examine the roadway and the vehicle under daylight conditions as well?
We did, yes, sir.
Now, did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation to run us through this?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. If I could have the
You guys have to admit this testimony is easier to listen to than last
Okay.
week.
So if you could please describe for us what we're looking at here. I understand it's not to scale, but explain
Right.
to us.
This is a not-to-scale drawing. This was taken from the crash report that Sergeant Summerhour completed. But you can tell that Ms. Brown, or the vehicle, the Ford Focus, was traveling up West Walnut Street, where it left the roadway, got onto the sidewalk, and it started into what we call critical speed yaw, and then impacted the utility pole, and then it rotated around the utility pole, done a 360 on the roadway, and then came to rest just north of those crossroads.
It is interesting to think about if he
This
would have
here, sir, is
survived.
just a Google Earth image that we took off the web. Down where your mouse is, that's the crossroads of South Charlotte and Walnut Street. And Ms. Brown was heading up on it as you're indicating with the mouse. And then it turns into that left-hand curve where the sidewalk right there, where the mouse is pointing, is where she went up on. I went into the critical speed yaw, and then it struck that pole, and then just continued on past that about where your mouse is to final rest. This there again is just a Google Earth image looking up the roadway, up West Walnut, so you could get a street view of that same roadway and the curvature.
And would this be the direction of her travel?
That is correct, sir. This is just a closer into that curve, where in the same direction that she was headed. And then the sidewalk to the right in that house is where the sidewalk that she went on, and then she struck that particular utility pole. This is just a picture that we took the following day, just there again to show the construction of the roadway. Just a closer picture.
And again, once again, this is the sidewalk she got onto, and that's the pole that she hit.
That is correct. Just showing you a little bit closer into that, because we always start back and then work our way into our crime scene. But that is where she's entering up onto the sidewalk and then striking the pole. Here's a picture of the sidewalk. You can start seeing some tire marks on the sidewalk. You can see that there's a distance between the one to the right and one to the left. That's where it shows an indication that she was in what we call a critical speed yaw. The next picture, I believe, sir, will show that there's some striations in there. I think if you advance it one more. So those sideway marks that you can see, those are what we call striations. That would indicate that the tires of her vehicle was side slipping and free rotating. There was no input by the driver.
Now, you've said it a couple times, but I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is. What is a yaw?
So a yaw there again is where your rear tires start tracking to the outside of your vehicle. As I gave the explanation or example to Ms. Brown on the day of the interview, if you've ever been to Taco Bell, and whenever you place your order at Taco Bell and then you go to make that left-hand turn, where your rear tire typically will hit the curb, under normal conditions, your rear tire tracks to the inside of your vehicle, So that's why you hit or curb your back tire. In a critical speed yaw, you have two forces. You got centrifugal and centrifugal forces that's acting upon your car. One's pulling out, one's pulling in. And as long as those forces are equal, you can negotiate around the curve. It's going to hold you in the roadway. Everything's going to be the way it should. If you break outside those forces, one exceeds the other, then you'll get into that critical speed yaw. And that's where your rear tires will start tracking to the outside. So your car will start sliding. And there's no input by the driver. So there's no braking, there's no acceleration. As we say in the crash investigation, Sir Isaac Newton starts driving your vehicle at that point.
So once I'm in a yaw, my input doesn't matter. Is that fair?
So it would. I mean, if you started braking or if you steered or done something
Sorry,
else, I mean,
closed
you could
captioning.
probably recover out of it, but it's going to take a little bit to do that.
And these marks are part of what proves what you say happened.
That's correct. A lot of times cases that we look at don't have the striations. And so you can't use what we call the chord and middle ordinate measurements to be able to determine speed from that particular mark. That's just a picture of the pole. And then down at the bottom, right there at ground level, you can see that there is some separation from the impact from the pole. So it shifted that pole.
That he says pole without the
Now,
L.
when we do have one of these yaws like we have in this case, you mentioned the chord and middle ordinate. What does it allow you to do in terms of determining the vehicle speed?
So the yaw marks are going to leave a curved mark evidence on the roadway. And so we can take a measurement, what is known as a chord and a middle ordinate. Anytime that you're dealing with a circle, you can go anywhere within that circle and take a chord, a straight line between, and then go to your middle ordinate to get a radius. That'll tell us what the radius of that curve is. And then you can take the radius and then you can plug that into a known speed formula, and you can come up with the speed at the time of that yaw. So where she's made the yaw marks on that sidewalk, we took a chord and middle ordinate, we plugged that into the radius formula, and then we plugged that into a speed formula to determine her speed at that particular point. This is just showing from the pole to final rest. And inside there, it's kind of hard to see here, but you can see some rotation marks or yaw marks, skid marks that would show the direction of the car. So it would go across the picture up towards that sign. That's just pointing out the final resting positioning of the vehicle. This picture was taken at night, and that's indicating the final resting position
Because
of the vehicle.
captioning keeps saying y'all and y'all.
Again,
They
this
were
is
all in
from the
y'all.
pole to that final resting position. You can kind of pick up some of those skid marks there. It kind of indicates the way that the car was rotating after it impacted the pole. Just another picture from the pole into the final rest.
The pole.
This was taken from overview. We was on the ladder truck of the Dixon Fire Department, and we was able to take a top view, and it kind of points out a little bit more evidence showing the tire marks the night of the crash.
And is this also debris that had come off the vehicle?
That's correct, sir. This is the sidewalk the night of.
And I believe
there's your marks the night of the crash. So you can still pick those up pretty decent.
I can't believe they didn't knock that down.
Part of the door is laying right there beside the pole, and then the light that was up on the pole. Whenever she impacted the pole, the light, the street light, come off the pole.
And when did the light? Well, is it one of those new halogen ones?
It was one of the older style lights that had the halogen bulb in it. Correct.
Oh, sorry, I meant old. Did you ever determine, a lot of the folks had described 2 collisions. Did you ever reach an opinion about what the multiple collisions might have been?
Yes, sir. Through my investigation, I look at all the parts of the car, the evidence on the roadway, the evidence that's presented by the vehicle, and I determined that she only impacted the pole. What I feel like, in my opinion, the other witnesses saying that they heard another crash, I think that's at the point that that's where that lamp come off the pole, and that's where that halogen bulb busted. Because I mean, it's a huge bulb, and whenever they explode, I mean, they're going to cause noise, and so that may be here what they heard. Same picture, just back a little bit further whenever we're looking at those evidence. This, I'm sorry, sir. This is just showing me pulling a cord in middle ordinate to be able to get the radius and then plug that into a speed former. This is the tag that represents that particular vehicle. This is the passenger side of the vehicle. Up towards the front, you can see where initially kind of the impact area with a pole. The tire you can see is busted off the rim. If you was to zoom in on that particular picture on the front, you would see some particles of the pole, not only in the lug nuts, but between the separation of the wheel and the tire. And then you've got the door where Mr. Brown was sitting as a passenger, where that absorbed the majority of the impact. And then it rotated on down or slid on down the pole where it come off.
So do I understand correctly that the front right wheel is actually part of what struck the pole?
That is correct. This is just the front of the vehicle. There again, where you can start seeing some of the impact area on the front, and then it's as it goes down the passenger side of the car.
Did just
This
his
is the
airbag
driver's side
deploy?
of the vehicle. You can see that there's no real damage to that particular.
All right.
vehicle.
Thank goodness they put that black square
This is
there.
the passenger side of the car towards the rear quarter.
And when you say sliding, what created all of this?
To where it's sliding down the pole, and then it'll start rotating around that once it gets past that area. Your vehicle has what we call center of mass. So it's roughly, if you can look where your stereo is in your vehicle, or where your center of your dash is, that's about where your center of your mass of your vehicle is. So when you have an impact that is close to your center of mass, it's not going to really rotate that much. So the further you get away from that center mass, which here you have center mass is past the right side of that picture, but as it gets further away from it, it's going to start rotating around its center of mass, because we look at that as what we call a moment arm. So the longer that moment arm is between center of mass and the back of the vehicle, it's going to be easier to rotate that vehicle. The best example I can give is if you watch a cop show and they talk about a pit maneuver where the cops kind of push the back of a car, or NASCAR racing whenever they talk about Rubbins racing, and then they tap the back of that car and the car will spin out. They're so far away from center mass at that point, it makes that car easy to spin. So that's where you get some of that rotation from. This is just showing there again, that center part or area of the door on the passenger side. And this is the front fender there again of the vehicle. There again, if you zoomed in tightly on that front wheel, you could see some of that debris from the post stuck between the wheel and the tire. This picture is the driver's side, where Miss Brown was wearing her seatbelt. After a crash, the seatbelt will lock into place. And so if we needed to say who was driving, we could actually put that driver back in the vehicle, and the seatbelt would latch back around that particular person. So it locks out. So it's an indication that Miss Brown, or the driver in this case, was indeed wearing a seatbelt. This is the passenger side of the vehicle. This is what we call stowed away. So whenever you get in your vehicle to leave this afternoon, you have to reach up there and grab your seatbelt from a stowed position. And then you pull it across and it would lock into the latch mechanism. So on this particular crash, there again, it locks in place. So you can physically grab a hold of that seatbelt and it will not move. So it's locked in place, indicating that Mr. Brown was not wearing a seat. This is showing the head strike area where Mr. Brown left a seated position and struck his head there on the roof line area of the car.
Ew.
And does this correspond to the main injury that the medical examiner described in the first day of testimony?
Yes, sir, I would believe so. This picture was taken at Christie's Towing, where we towed the vehicle to. We had THP, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, come out and extract the data from that black box. We don't have the capabilities
I'm with you,
to
Kristen.
actually get that. We have to contact the Tennessee Highway Patrol because they have the computer software and things to extract that data.
But if that was his major injury and he hit his head there, if he would have had a seatbelt on, I'm not blaming him at all. They both made bad choices. I don't think he would have, I think he probably would have survived. I don't know what his other injuries were, but I think it was a lot of head stuff. Obviously, that was his major injury, probably what did him in. Because he had to fly up and hit that. Oh, the closed captioning is horrible, Stormy. I've been reading it. I was trying to read it during the police video of them questioning her because it was awful audio, and I'm like, none of this makes sense.
Data from the event data recorder. So these pictures are just showing that the day of that we started to get the Tennessee Highway Patrol there, that nobody's been inside the vehicle, because after we got finished with our investigation, we shut the doors to the vehicle and we placed the evidence tape on all creases of all the doors, the best we could. So this is just as you go through those, sir, there's just pictures showing that the evidence tape is still in contact. It's not been broke. And this is all on the driver's side of the vehicle. That's the rear door. And you'll get to the rear hatch. There's some evidence tape that's placed there. And then we'll move to the passenger side. It's kind of hard to secure a lot of that because it was missing the window and things, but we did put evidence tape over it. And then the front of the car and the evidence tape that on the hood that indicates that nobody's been up under the hood of that vehicle. And then that's just the crash diagram again.
Now, you mentioned performing that cord middle ordinate measurement.
Correct.
What speed did that tell you she was traveling at the time that she was in that yaw?
So at the point where I took the first measurement of the cord and middle ordinate, and I'm trying to recall from my memory, I'm thinking it's somewhere around 56 to 58 miles per hour-ish. And then to back that up, what we do is to make sure that they are truly in a critical speed yaw, we'll take a second measurement. So we have to go within the first third of that critical speed yaw and make that measurement. And then after that, we take a second measurement of same steps, cord, middle ordinate. And then that would show us that her speed should be decreasing at that point. So the first measurement, like I said, I think it was between 56 and 58-ish miles an hour. And I think the second one was around 53, 54-ish miles an hour. So that would indicate to us as reconstructionists that she is in a true yaw and that there's no input by the driver.
And so does that mean that based on the measurement, she was going 56 to 58 miles an hour at some point?
Yes, right at that point. Where we took the cord and middle ordinate, that is the speed at that particular point.
Okay, and what is the speed on that road?
30.
And then, hold on, I forgot what I was gonna ask.
do that all the time. I started saying a sentence a little bit
Oh,
ago,
you
and I
mentioned critical
stopped,
speed.
and now I don't know what it
So I
was.
wanted to ask you what you mean by that.
Oh, well.
It's where the car itself, we look at the car itself. I mean, there's obviously cars that can go faster around those particular curves. You take a Corvette, for an example. It's a little bit lower profile, a little bit wider tires. So it'll be able to negotiate that curve better or faster. But if you take another vehicle like a Caravan or something like that, it's not going to be able to negotiate it the same way.
But
So
she
that's what
wasn't
we
in a
look at
big
when
car
we look at
either.
the critical speeds of the vehicles.
So is the critical speed of a curve, is that the fastest that particular vehicle could negotiate that curve?
Yes, sir, before it breaks outside the forces.
So when you say that she was at or above the critical speed, what does that mean?
She is going faster than what her car would allow her to go at that particular point. I mean, she could, she'd seen, well, I don't know what she's seen, but something indicated that she had to pull her car back to the left to jerk it. If you're going down a straight highway and you dump off the side of the road, or you drift off to the side of the road, if you jerk your car too fast, you could actually break outside those forces depending on the speed of the car. And so that's what happened in that particular case.
Okay. And then finally, you mentioned obtaining the data from the CDR.
That's correct.
Are you able to read and understand that data?
I can read it, yes, sir.
Okay. Did that support your measurements from the roadway?
It did, yes, sir. It indicated within the tolerance that's given, was able to verify at that particular point that her speed matches my speed within a certain percentage, about a 2%, 3%.
Okay. All right.
The judge looks like he's sleeping.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
He's awake.
Oh, actually, let me submit as an exhibit.
It was a rough
the,
one, Ronnie.
PowerPoint presentation along with the photographs. And then I've got a collective exhibit of the photographs. I believe there are 40 photographs here. I've already shown them to defense attorney or whatever.
This would be collective exhibit 11.
Oh,
Ronnie,
I guess we ought to make the digital copy maybe a different one, Your Honor. So if
that trial was worse than Shonda. I don't know if you watched Shonda or not, but
okay.
Worse.
Thank you very much, Major. I'm sure Mr. Baker will have some questions.
Major, since we don't have much disagreement, I just want to clarify a few things. Y'all basically means that car is in an uncontrolled slide.
That's correct.
All right. So for trying to simplify the situation, because, I've looked at the data, telemetry data, and you have too. I think we're in agreement. You can tell me if you agree with this. When that this brown come and the car started up on the sidewalk, at that point, she's obviously sliding at some point. And then, according to the telemetry, the steering wheel angle changed. It looks like she went to correct it and overcorrect it. It then began to rotate. She's shifted the entire balance of that car, and that slide from one direction changed and she starts rotating.
That is correct.
All right. So the cause of the accident is the overcorrection on the sidewalk. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that is a portion of the causation of that crash.
Well, independent of speed, of course.
Correct.
Ultimately, speed's a component. And then I've got up here, I'm already in an uncontrolled slide. I try to correct it. And then I upset the balance of the car and put it into a worse slide.
She would have had to start correcting that prior to going into that slide.
Right.
So she would have seen that she was going to run off the roadway, or that you dip your car off the side of the roadway, and then at that point you make that overcorrection, and then that's when your car exceeds those forces, and then that's when you would start that particular yaw.
And when that yaw or slide, as I like to call it, when that slide occurred, then I'm uncontrollably. I've lost control of the vehicle, And that force, that inertia from that slide puts me into that pole. Are we in agreement?
If there's no other input by the driver, yes.
Because I couldn't tell. The only input I saw was a brief at 2 seconds before the crash. There was a brief tap of the accelerator. That was the only input I saw. And correct me if I'm wrong, if you saw something I didn't see. But I don't think that there was any input once the correction and the slide took place.
Right. When she was in that critical speed yaw, there was no input by the driver, by the evidence of the roadway and the evidence of
And if we can you, Mr. Spratt, can you put the photo back up on from the impact where Mr. Brown hit his head? We can switch
As can be.
That's where Miss McKinney was.
Talking to a guy who could not ever figure out how to watch and record something on a VHS recorder. So.
I figured he was going to say
This
TiVo.
picture, this is, I think we're all in general agreement. I don't think there's any disagreement. This is the fatal blow for the passenger, correct? Where he struck his head.
That is correct. That is where he struck his head.
Now I want you to look here on the, what's the B pillar where the seatbelt is located. Had that been fastened, that is, would you agree that's a shoulder lap combo belt?
That is correct. That is a shoulder and a lap belt.
Right. And that controls 2 angles for an occupant. Lap belt's up and down, so you don't exit the vehicle. And the lap belt keeps you from lunging forward, correct?
That is correct.
Is your opinion that had he had his belt on, he probably would not have died?
In my opinion, had Mr. Brown had his seatbelt on, there's a chance that he could have survived this crash. You take any component and you change any component within this crash, there's always a chance that something else could have occurred in the crash. Just simply changing one factor.
Well, Major, you would agree that the medical
Alcohol, change that.
Blunt force trauma come from the head there.
That is correct.
All right. So had he had that lap component on, he would not have went vertical and hit that. Would that be a fair statement?
That would be a fair statement.
All right. No further questions, Judge.
But it doesn't matter.
Charlie, redirect.
I mean, it does and it doesn't. She should not have been drinking and driving.
In your expert opinion, if the vehicle hadn't struck the utility pole or any other object, would Mr. Brown have survived?
Yes.
That's my redirect.
Since I didn't object to that, I'll follow up with it. Had that pole not been there, would Mr. Brown be alive today?
That's correct.
No further questions.
We got a little tit for tat going.
You may step down, Major. Mr. Arnold, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee calls TBI Special Agent Forensic Scientist April Brown.
I don't remember. Yeah, I was going to guess 30. I thought that I remember. It was in town. So they don't know. She was drinking. He was drinking. And if you, I don't know if you've watched day 1 of this, Ronnie, they did her blood alcohol. It was 0.16 2 hours afterwards, after the crash. His was 0.25 at the time he was killed instantly. And they were obviously intoxicated. So yeah. No, it was in town. They had just left Oktoberfest, and she claims 1 beer, 1 shot of Crown, and 1 beer at dinner earlier. And I don't buy that. I think the defense said they're going to bring on witnesses that he was clearly intoxicated and people were telling her to not let him drive. Um, but that nobody was saying that she was clearly intoxicated. Her BAC says she was clearly intoxicated. Sorry, my stomach's growling again, so if you guys can hear it, I apologize. um, so just so you know what's happening, obviously she was arrested for DUI, vehicular, I think manslaughter. I had it written down. I don't remember where it is. And then she has 2 counts of vehicular homicide or manslaughter, I think, and then 1 with recklessness, 1 with driving under the influence, and then a DUI. I don't know why it took 4 years to bring it to trial. I thought it's 2022, but it was 2020. And uh, she was 28 at the time, just young. It was her fiance. And that first day is hard to watch because she's extremely upset when she finds out. And it's hard to watch. See you, Carmen. Hope you have a better day and night than you did last night. And I hope everybody's feeling better. It is hard, Chrissy. I'm with you. I feel bad for her too. I don't think she's a bad person. She just made a bad decision and it's going to probably ruin the rest of her life. I mean, she's a dental assistant. She had a good job going. Just that didn't work.
Hamlet to the stand.
My goodness, I'm going to mute myself now since my stomach's decided to be super loud. Sorry.
Madam Clerk, before the good toxicologist arrives, would you mind reminding me what exhibit is the alcohol toxicology request form? Is that exhibit 6? It's exhibit 7 then?
No, that was your
It's the only one we marked as ID only.
I thought you were telling me to eat a sandwich.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What you're looking for?
Is exhibit 5 a yellow piece of paper?
Oh.
It is not.
I have crackers,
No, exhibit 5.
but it'll just make it worse.
What are you
You
looking
were
for?
looking for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Forensic Services Crime Laboratory Alcohol Toxicology.
No. Alcohol toxicology request form, the yellow.
That is 7.
Oh, 7. Okay, I'm sorry.
Come on, State.
Thank you. If you would please tell us who you are and what you do.
My name is April Bramlage. I'm a special agent forensic scientist at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the Nashville Crime Lab in toxicology.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
Just at 17 years.
Just at? That's pretty good.
Now, I'm going to pass up a document and let me know whether or not you recognize it.
Yes.
She's
Is
going to
that
say
your curriculum vitae?
correct
It
a
is.
lot.
It is my most current one, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to submit that as the state's next exhibit.
Working as exhibit 13.
Hey, at least we can hear her, so.
Now, have you previously been recognized as an expert in forensic toxicology here in the courts
That's her
of
dad.
Tennessee?
Yes.
Do you have any idea how many times?
Today is 90.
Now, have you also been certified as an expert to testify in the courts of the state of Tennessee regarding the general effects of alcohol on the human body?
I have.
Do you know how many times you've been qualified as an expert in that regard?
At least half of those 90.
Your Honor, I would like to submit Special Agent Forensic Scientist April Bramlage as an expert in forensic toxicology and an expert on the general effects of alcohol and intoxicants on the human body.
Any questions from the defense? We're going to allow, ladies and gentlemen, the procedures that the court follows is that when someone's being offered as an expert, both sides get to ask questions to shine light on whether or not that person should be or should not be qualified. The defense will have an opportunity.
Bramlage, I'm a little Baker. Have you ever been certified as an expert or offered and certified as an expert other than as an employee of the state of Tennessee?
In toxicology?
Correct.
No.
So the only certification or the only expertise you have is in testifying for your employer.
Yes, I'm a forensic scientist, yes.
Okay. And do you have any publications?
I do not.
No publications? These qualifications, would you be qualified to teach forensic toxicology, say at Vanderbilt?
Oh, I don't know what their qualification is. I have taught high school biology.
Well, I'm talking at a college or a professional level.
I have a master's degree, so if that's what they require, then I would be able to do it.
All right. You would agree with me, Vanderbilt requires PhDs to teach that
I
level.
have no idea what Vanderbilt's requirements
Have you ever taught any of these classes for anybody other than your employer?
I have taught lectures and topics on alcohol. I've also taught topics on the combined use of alcohol and THC and the effects on driving at local, state, regional meetings.
All right. Do you have any studies that would back up that combo of alcohol and THC effects on driving?
That I have personally done? No.
Can you point me to a study that would say that?
I can point you to several, yes.
Okay. Since the 2000 and say 2017 NHTSA study said that a toxicologist cannot testify to that. Do you have anything newer than that?
What are you speaking about? Testify to what?
NHTSA was chartered with doing a report to Congress in which it said one of the problems we have with THC is no toxicologist.
Acronyms. For those of us who are not in the middle of your conversation, would you explain more fully what those acronyms stand for?
The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, NHTSA, is what we refer to it. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it is.
All right. They were commissioned to do a study for Congress where they were asked to say what is some of the problems with marijuana and marijuana per se laws.
Yes.
And they said the problem one is there is no data and we don't have a toxicologist cannot testify to at a level THC would be impairing. Are you familiar with that study?
Yeah, that is a correct statement.
Okay.
I cannot take a number and correlate that to a THC impairment. No.
Okay. All right. So you're familiar with that study?
That and subsequent studies reinforcing that, and that the federal oversight committee that we have as toxicologists called OSAC, stating that no, we cannot do that and we cannot perform retrograde extrapolation on those types of drugs.
Ladies and gentlemen, step across the hall.
Uh-oh. Whoop.
That was my last question. That was going to be my last question.
I know it's
I can
exciting.
never be sure.
True.
She knows her stuff. She's going to argue. He sounds
Okay.
like he kind of knows his
What I
stuff.
wanted to clarify is that you're asking a lot of questions regarding the THC, which she has said she's not, I don't know if the state is offering her as an expert on anything other than forensic toxicology and the effects of alcohol. Are you offering her for any effects of marijuana?
No, she cited that she
This-
had given a
I'm
lecture.
talking to Mr. Arnold.
Oh, gotcha.
So you're talking to me. When I point, that means I'm pointing at this guy. So
Your Honor, I was gonna ask
Mr. Red Shoes back there, I need to ask that question.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, Special Agent April Bramlage did the alcohol analysis in this case. Special Agent Melinda Quinn did the THC analysis in this case. I was planning on asking Special Agent Melinda Quinn about the THC and Special Agent April Bramlage about the alcohol.
That's what I thought. And Agent Bramlage has testified more times than I can remember in front of me in other cases. So I just want to clarify, I didn't think he was offering.
Oh,
it for
so Ronnie,
purpose.
thank
So
Once we're not getting into THC, I'm good.
all of your questions were kind of irrelevant. So let's bring the jury back.
so I mean, I get to go back to 49.
They never tell me in advance.
Okay. I just would rather address that outside of the
think
jury's
so, too.
presence, so we don't get into an area that's not going to be.
Oh, sorry, you can hear me pour my water. It's water.
Some of the jurors are
Or you ask Gabby.
using the restroom, so we'll give them a minute to finish. Are you going to ask any other questions when the jury comes back? Then if you would, just let me address the jury. I don't want to make it appear that you got cut off for, some inappropriate reason. So
It's water. I thought I thought I was muted. Very, very.
how many times have you had to testify this week?
I've been okay this week.
Oh,
All right.
oh, I'm all confused
Thank you.
now.
I think it's actually the first of 2024 right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, been a little
Wow.
slow for me.
Okay.
Agent Bramlage has testified in how many counties you hit me in several different counties.
sir.
I think you've been here before too. Though,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir. I think I've sat in your court more than anybody.
I'm not sure that's a good thing for either.
You suppose that other officer cried when he got off the stand? It's like, I won't be testifying anymore. I wouldn't. I'd go out and have a party. Well, regardless of why you said it, Gabby, I just wanted to clarify. Okay. That guy's shoes are really, really red. If Hamilton was here, she might not like him. She didn't like Grandma Ethel's jeans. She might not like those casual red tennis shoes either. And yes, the judge is correct. He should say something because it looked like he was pissed at the defense. So we'll see what he has to say about it.
And I don't count heads. I look for 2 empty chairs when you all get sitting down. So that's how I know that everybody's here. Ladies and gentlemen, before I ask you to step out, I just wanted to clarify the purpose for which the state was offering Agent Bramlage. And in your absence, the state advised that they are only asking that she be certified in the field of forensic toxicology and the general effects of alcohol in the human body, and that she's not going to be asked questions about THC or marijuana. So with that clarification, Mr. Baker, do you have any other questions? All right. So now we will certify Agent Bramlage as an expert witness in the field of forensic toxicology and the general effects of alcohol on the human body. Thank you. Now, Mr. Arnold, you may ask.
Thanks, Judge.
Now, did you perform an analysis in the case that we're looking at here today?
Yes, I did.
And I'd like to ask if she could be shown exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what this piece of paper is and what its use is?
So this is a copy of our alcohol toxicology request form. That's part of a kit that we provide to law enforcement agencies around the state. This is the officer's copy with all of his written information. Once I get it in the lab, there's other written information that we'll put on the bottom.
Okay. And if you will double check, does that correspond to the white top copy form that you have in this case?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. If you would hand that exhibit back. Now, in preparing for this case, did you check y'all's white copy of this form in order to determine whether or not the sample arrived to you guys in good condition?
Yes.
And did it?
It did. It came as a sealed blood alcohol kit, which is that little white box that we provide to agencies. And sealed meaning that the flaps that it comes with had been sealed, had initials, and were not tampered with. And that was noted by the evidence receiving technician.
I don't think I've ever heard attorneys.
And were the samples themselves, the tubes, in good condition?
They were. I have no notes of any abnormalities as far as consistency of the sample or any color changes or odor of the sample.
And did you perform an analysis of the sample that was submitted in this case?
Yes.
If she may be shown what I believe is, the exhibit for identification only. It's the only ID only. Now, does the first page or the first 2 pages of that exhibit correspond to your analysis in this case?
Yes, this first page here is a copy of my official alcohol report.
Okay. And is that true and accurate as far as you can tell?
Oh, yes.
Judge, if I could submit the first page of that ID only as the state's next exhibit?
Would be
She's like,
exhibit 14.
oh yes, I would never not be accurate. I think so too. Very nice.
And I'm going to show it to you. So what did your analysis reveal about the sample submitted to you in this case?
So I found the sample to contain ethyl alcohol at a level of 0.161 grams percent.
I want to make sure I'm opening the right thing here. Oh. And is that an accurate representation of your report with that 0.161 grams?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with the laws of the state of Tennessee?
A couple.
Are you familiar? What's the legal limit? What's sometimes called the legal limit in terms of alcohol for operating a vehicle here in the state of Tennessee?
Statute is 0.08 grams percent.
And how does this compare with that?
So this is double that value.
Now, are you able to tell us anything about
it's not common.
what impact we would expect alcohol in this quantity to have on the human nervous system?
Yes.
If you would, please tell us.
So alcohol or ethanol is a central nervous system depressant, meaning it works to slow communication from the brain to the body and vice versa, from the body to the brain. So how that may appear as far as driving is concerned, driving is a very complicated task. You're doing a lot of multitasking things, checking the radio, checking signs, keeping your speed, keeping your lane, checking your mirrors. Alcohol slows the ability to do that down so that if you are driving along and car stops suddenly in front of you, it's going to take you longer to realize somebody's stopping, longer to determine, should I hit my brakes? Should I swerve? Or am I okay? Then actually deciding, I think I'm going to hit my brakes. And then the application of the brakes, that whole cascade of events takes longer with alcohol on board. Individuals may appear with kind of the typical what you think of with somebody under the influence of alcohol. They may have slurred speech. They may have impaired memory. They may have impaired balance and coordination. They may have impaired cognition and understanding and reasoning. All of these things, the more alcohol that is taken in, the more of an effect that you may see in that alcohol will have on the persons.
Now, I notice we're speaking in generalities. Why can't we speak to individuals?
So individually, 0.08 is determined as a statute because at that level, all individuals are considered to be impaired cognitively. If an individual is experienced at drinking and is used to how alcohol affects them, they may be able to alter their gait, or they can walk a little bit slower. Or if they know that alcohol causes them to slur their speech, they may adapt and speak slower, speak more carefully. So that it is possible for some individuals that are more experienced in the drinking to not necessarily look outwardly impaired because they're able to mask those effects. They cannot mask those cognitive effects, the slowed reasoning and the slowed processing. That cannot be adapted for.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that Mr. Baker might have some questions.
Okay.
Baker, Mr. Baker, you have a question?
Now, do you know how long that sample, or how long it had been between the blood draw of that sample and the crash?
I do not.
If it was established, it was like 2 hours and 45 minutes, would that be concerning to you?
In that the value that I have obtained is the value that was what was in the blood at the draw. The value of alcohol in the blood may have been quite different 2 hours and 45 minutes earlier at the time of incident.
All right, so we're not able to determine what the actual BAC was at the time of the draw.
I would have to have either a second draw or maybe more facts of the case to give a hypothesis.
Right. And Mr. Pratt, can you put figure 1 up for me? I'm going to give you a generalized alcohol curve, and if you would, I want to explain to the jury why that's important.
Okay.
Can you move that up a little bit, Mr. Spratt? No, there, just move the key's not up. Judge, may I move around in the courtroom?
May you walk around in the courtroom?
Yeah, I want to get over
I
here.
do I have a choice? Yes, you may walk around in the courtroom.
If you could you lead me through on this chart here, what we're looking at?
So this is, I believe, looks like maybe got it out of the Garriott book. This is a pretty common demonstration of how alcohol makes its way through the body. So you look at the very bottom left corner, that's your BAC is 0 and your time of drinking is 0. As you drink, you're going to absorb alcohol. This is a general curve in that it goes up. The slope of that depends on a lot of stuff. If you're drinking slowly, you're going to have a little bit of not that big of a slope. If you drink fast, that slope's going to get a little higher. If you have food on board, your gender, your weight, different things can change the slope of that. But that's a good general idea. You're going to go up the more you drink. Then you're going to stop drinking. As you stop drinking, you're going to go up maybe a little bit more and then peak. So that peak is your highest blood alcohol concentration for that time period you drank. And then you're going to go down.
Now, if I can ask you something, I want to interject something here that
All
I
right.
think is important. And you talked about the variables.
Mhm.
This period between absorption phase and peak phase could be 20 minutes or 2 hours.
Absolutely. Depends on your drinking pattern. Correct.
Okay. So we don't know, depending on those variables, what that time scale is on the bottom.
No, and that's why there's no digits,
Correct.
no values down there. No, this is
No.
very general.
Right. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but now we're at the peak part.
Yep.
All right, so we've reached the peak part, and at that point, nothing's being absorbed in. We're in the elimination phase, and that number starts coming down, correct?
Yes.
All right, so when we have a sample that's 2.5, almost 2 to 3 hours old, we have no idea where we're at on this chart, do we?
Not without knowing some other factors. So I need to know when they stop drinking. Because once you stop drinking, if you notice the backside, the post-absorptive looks pretty normal. That is the same for everybody. It's 0.01 to 0.02 per hour, about a drink. You're going to eliminate about a drink an hour. So if I have a period of time where I know you've stopped drinking and you haven't taken any more, and say a bunch of hours go by, I can assume you were in that post-absorptive phase when the blood was drawn. If I don't know that, or I don't know when your last drink was, we're gonna take this, basically, say if I have a known here, we're gonna shift to now where it's possible that 3 hours prior, or in that 3 hours, you peaked and you were still absorbing. So it's just like this rotating thing. You take 3 hours and you can go, I was here and here, or 3 hours was I here and here. I don't know that without a second draw or without a lot more information.
Right. So the point I'm trying to make, and I'm going to assume you'll agree,
Yeah.
is we have no idea what the BAC was 2.5, 3 hours before this draw.
Not without knowing some other factors.
Could be lower than 1.6, could be higher than 1.6.
Yes, our typical answer is it could have been higher, lower, or the same.
Right, and would you agree with the medical examiner? I asked him the question, if at 0.16 BAC, depending on several factors, you may or may not have motor skill impairment, and he said that is absolutely correct.
Say that again.
Medical examiner, I asked him earlier yesterday, at 0.16 BAC, would a person be motor skilled impaired? And he said, that depends on the individual. There's no way to answer that.
That's where
Is
that
that
tolerance
true?
comes in. That's where that tolerance comes in.
Exactly. So we don't know whether there's motor skill impairment, and we don't even know what the level is at this point. Is that a fair statement?
I need a lot more information.
Correct. That we do not have, correct?
I don't have it.
Right.
Somebody may, I don't have it.
Would it have been helpful to have the first blood draw at the hospital that would have been less than an hour old? Then we would have 2 data points, correct?
2 data points on would give me a better idea on the back extrapolation, yes.
Right, but we didn't, but somehow we don't have those. So we now have no way of telling what the BAC would have been.
Not without other factors being told to me.
Judge, may I have a moment?
You may.
Pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Arnold, you may redirect.
Would it help you to know that for the 2 hours and 48 minutes prior to the draw, the person who the blood was taken from consumed no alcohol?
Okay. That could give me a better idea on when they may have been at post-absorptive. So after your last drink, you're going to reach that peak within 30 minutes to an hour, depending on that prior drinking pattern. If it was a slower drinking pattern, 30 minutes. If it was a very rapid drinking pattern, an hour. So once you reach that peak though, so if we're talking 2 hours and 45 minutes, we'll say that first hour, potentially, they may have been hitting that peak phase. So then the next 2 hours or the next hour and 45 minutes, I know they're post-absorptive. So I can give an estimate of adding 0.01 to 0.02 per hour, going backwards, of what they may have been around that time.
Okay. So if the jury had evidence that the person was in continuous law enforcement and medical custody for the 2 hours and 48 minutes between the crash and the draw, would that help you form an opinion about whether or not their BAC would be the same, higher, or lower than this figure?
Then at that time, it would have been higher because my draw is here. You've got the time in between where they are not drinking, they are actively eliminating. So at the time of the 2 hours, 45 minutes later, they would have been higher. I can give an estimate of a number, just adding 0.01 to 0.02 to each one.
Judge, I'm going to object to the speculation. We're now just guessing on numbers.
Rule, I believe that this question was raised by your cross-examination, and I'm of the opinion that she is simply responding to possible hypothesis regarding the factual basis. As an expert, ladies and gentlemen, experts can be given hypothetical questions to answer if the facts are presented in a hypothetical fashion, and the expert can answer that if it's within their purview or their expertise. Overrule the objection. You as the lawyer, and you as the judges of the facts will be given instruction at the conclusion of the case on how to apply any expert testimony and what weight to give to it. Mr. Arnold, you want to re-ask the question?
Sure. So knowing that there's no consumption for 2 hours and 45 minutes prior to the blood draw, it's actually 2 hours and 48 minutes prior to the blood draw. Okay. Can you give us some, I should probably give you paper and a pen or something, shouldn't I?
No, you're okay.
Okay. Could you give us some ballpark numbers for what the BAC
I do
could
math
have
in my
been?
head.
So let's assume first that we're in elimination the entire time.
Yes, you have to do that,
Okay.
yes.
Which of course we know might be counterfactual. But if the person was in elimination, that is the bottom part of that peak for the entire 2 hours and 45 minutes, what is the range of BACs that they would have been at?
So to make the math a little easier, may I use 3 hours?
Let's.
Okay. So taking that 0.01 to 0.02 per hour and adding that to the 0.161 I have, the estimate would then be a 0.191 to a 0.221.
I knew he shouldn't have asked that question.
And if we only had 2 hours of elimination to work with, where are we at our peak?
So then if you're only going to go back 2 hours, six, 718, 0.181 and 0.201. Right now would then be your peak. And that would, I'm guessing, assuming that they were peaking that first hour.
Right.
Okay.
And that is, of course, based on the information that we have almost 3 hours where we know the person isn't drinking.
If that's the scenario, yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Chart back up.
No, it's helpful.
It is. We get the IT back. All right, now, I want to go back to look at this chart here. Now, let me give you another.
Okay.
Let's say the defendant had 8 right before this.
Okay.
All right, so now we're going to have a very slow or a slower absorption phase for that 2.5, 3 hour period. It's going to be slow. So even when we peak, if you go back, we're going backwards on this curve to get that number. Mr. Arnold crutched his questions that we're in elimination phase. We're in the going down.
Okay.
That's not true. We're talking going backwards 3 hours where the curve is going down very, very, very abruptly.
It's not going to take 3 hours to absorb.
We don't know that because she ate. It could
What
take
did she
2 to
eat?
3
How long
hours.
did she eat? How much did she drink?
And how much does she
What was
weigh
drank?
and what's her rate of metabolism and so forth.
Well, metabolism is going to be the same. You're either metabolism of the alcohol is going to be the 0.01, 0.02.
I'm talking about the dehydrogenase in the defendant, how much alcohol dehydrogenase and so forth.
So that is, you're talking her actual liver enzymes?
If you want to get that technical, we can.
I'd rather not confuse them.
But what I'm getting at is when you're getting in the absorption phase here, you've got a slope up here.
Correct, and that's when I was talking about, you got this 3 hour block. We're just moving that 3 hour block. But if the scenario is there's no drinking, unless you have this, what was your scenario?
My scenario is if you ate here at the beginning and I back up 3 hours, that number's going way down real quick. Whereas when you get to that peak, that slow elimination at 1.5 an hour is very slow down. That could take, depending on what your BAC at a 1.6, could take 16 hours to get back to zero. But it doesn't take 16 hours on the slope up. So what I'm saying here is when you're looking at the slope up, the absorption phase, and you're going back 3 hours, we're going in reverse now, that slope is going down.
Judge, he can ask a question. I'm sorry, objection.
Staying as to the form, there's no question in what he's been making a statement, but sustain the objection.
If we're going back in time, that slope is going down very abruptly, correct?
What slope are you speaking of?
If we're going backwards in time on the absorption phase,
Okay.
that number is going down very rapidly.
The number of, you're saying the blood alcohol is going down on absorptive, the number is going up on absorptive.
Well, let me give you an example.
I like that. I'm sorry, I mean objection.
This is the start. Let's say we peak here at 3 hours. And I'm backing up 3 hours. That number's going down very abruptly as we go back.
You're stating though that that is the actual curve of that individual. That is not what that curve of that individual is. That depends on what they ate, how much they drank, how long they drank. If you want to get into their metabolism, how their liver enzymes work, are they a heavy drinker? Are they a light drinker?
Right.
That is not representative of all individuals. The backside is pretty representative of all individuals. That front side is extremely variable.
Because that front side is where the big question mark comes back. The absorption phase is where the big question mark is. And that's what I'm getting at. We do not know what that number is, and we have no way of knowing.
You could know it if you knew what the person ate, what they drank, how long they drank, then you would know the slope of that line.
Approximation.
I'm not going to get that in my.
Okay, gotcha. An approximation of a slope.
I will say it does not, the only way it takes 3 hours to absorb alcohol is if you are drinking continuously that whole 3-hour time, and then you peak shortly thereafter. Right. Therefore, that would be a short slope, right? If I'm drinking over a long period of time, I'm slowly absorbing. If I drink quickly, then it's going to go like this.
Well, let's talk about some different variables then. Let's say we pull a blood sample at 3 hours, and I'm going to take you through the procedure. You can correct me if I'm wrong. They'll take the individual into the ER. They'll get your sample box with your lot numbers and your back tubes for your blood draw, correct?
I'm not present at any blood draw.
You don't know the procedure for blood draw?
I am not a phlebotomist. I don't know how they do it. I just know that blood gets in a tube and it gets to me.
All right, so you're not familiar, that tube's got anticoagulant in it that's
I know what's in
important
the
to your
tube,
test?
yes.
All right, so that tube has to be shaken for a certain amount of time so it's mixed up and all that stuff?
If it is not, I would have noted that, and I have no notes of that in this case.
Okay. So there's no variables in any step along the way?
On the draw?
Right.
I have no reason to believe in this case there was any variable.
But you don't know?
I was not present at the draw, no.
No further questions? Mr. Arnold?
No redirect, Judge.
That was a good try, but I don't think that's going to do it, defense.
No redirect, so Agent Bramlett, we will release you from your subpoena and you may go on about your business.
Thank you.
Mr. Arnold, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, it's come to my attention that we might be at the afternoon break portion of the program.
All right, well, we'll take our afternoon recess. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step across, I want to ask the lawyers a question or two. So.
I like how that prosecutor, he's like, it's time for a break, Your Honor. And he's like, okay, I guess it is. Those red shoes.
All right. My question is basically, we had talked briefly this afternoon about the progress we're going to be making. And from this point forward, are you planning on calling one more witness for the state?
Correct, Judge.
All right. And would that witness be about the same length as Agent Bramlett?
Possibly slightly longer because that witness is going to be testifying about the thing that Mr. Baker seems really worried about.
All right. And so then we have one witness for the defense, correct?
We do, Your Honor.
It appears to me that we're going to be able to finish the proof in this case and we can move forward with closing arguments and allow the jury to start deliberating. Anybody have any problem with that? May mean we have to go a little later in the evening, and if they can't reach a verdict at a reasonable time, then we'll bring them back tomorrow. But I'm just looking to see if we can conclude it today.
Assuming the defense can get their
Any idea about your witnesses?
I'm not sure, Judge. I need to step out and call her. I think she was planning.
Well, we're on break, so do that. And before we bring the jury back, we'll try to go ahead and find out the answer to that question. Okay.
Spoiler alert. I don't believe she's available because there's a day 3. Maybe. They don't do closings today. which is good for me. Because otherwise I wouldn't have anything to do. It's Friday. Oh, I was gonna comment earlier when he was talking to her at the police station and said that the the guy that died's daughter's mother had I thought he said had already gotten an attorney, and then he said he didn't know. He said she'd probably call one. She probably didn't have to call one because I know when we got in an accident and we got rear-ended, my just my mailbox was flooded with personal injury, this, that, and the other, until they found out the guy that hit me had 0 insurance. Then they, like, all just dried up and disappeared. It was a magic trick. They're like, "Oh, you gotta pay for this yourself?" Yeah, we do. Thanks." And they're like, "Okay, bye." I'm not sure who testifies for her. Maybe her mom, but I didn't think I saw it on this day. I've just kind of skimmed it just to get the timestamps. I'll tell you, I was thinking about Judge Boyd and how efficient that courtroom ran. I liked that not only did she put a time limit on the closings, there was a short time limit, not this hour and a half stuff that they just go on and on and on. And they obviously hammered out some jury instructions before we ever had to wait for them to just correct the few. It was nice. And that just might be a Texas thing. Oh, yeah, she was definitely done. I hope she bought, like, a whole bench of flowers the next day and had the best purse. Actually, I don't even think she had court yesterday, because I went to look and I didn't see anything from her. I'm not saying she didn't work. I'm just saying I don't know that she had court. I don't know if you're saying me too to you were done or you hope she bought flowers for herself. Yeah, she'd be like, "Who is this? Have you seen her yell at anybody? Because I have, and I don't want to be in the end of that."
We are, everybody have a seat unless you want to stand for the jury. Anything before we bring the jury back?
Nothing from the stage.
There we go.
We are
Not saying
ready
she
for the
would yell at
jury.
us for sending flowers, but you never know. Yes. Yeah, she's just a good judge. I felt bad that Roseanne got, like, there right at the end of that 11.5 hour stream. Like, I'm going. I'm leaving. But she got to see the sentencing stuff.
We'll make a chart just to see if y'all sit in the same seat every time, or if you actually mix it up a little bit.
Oh, I bet they all
You're
sit in the
sitting in
same
the same
seats.
seat every time. All right, Mr. Arnold, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee calls TBI Special Agent Forensic Scientist Melinda Quinn to the stand.
That was a crazy day. I never expected that to happen. I was not prepared. Update, we're still here. That was the update. That was so crazy.
Good afternoon, Special Agent Quinn.
Hi,
If you would, please tell the court who you are and what you do, and go ahead and spell your name.
yes, my name is Melinda Quinn. That's Melinda. Last name is Quinn, Quinn. I'm the manager of the toxicology unit at the Nashville Crime Lab.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and pass up a document and see if you recognize it. Is that a correct current copy of your curriculum vitae?
It is.
Now, if you would please run me through some of the high points, and if you could concentrate on any training and experience relevant to marijuana specifically.
Okay. So I have an undergraduate degree in biology with a minor in chemistry. I have a master's degree in forensic toxicology. After I started working at the TBI Crime Lab, we have a standard operating procedure for everything that we do, and included in that is how we train new scientists. So part of that is learning about the instrumentation and how to talk about that kind of information in court, but it's also talking about how specifically drugs can affect a person's brain and how that can make it difficult for them to perform complicated activities such as driving a car, because that's really what the majority of our cases are based on. And so not only have I had that training at the TBI Crime Lab, I've also attended a number of outside trainings to get the most current information possible. I am a member of the Society of Forensic Toxicologists. I attend their meetings, their annual meetings as often as possible, usually every couple of years. The last one that I attended was in Denver this last fall. I have a certificate from the American Board of Forensic Toxicology. So in order to become certified by ABFT, you have to sit for an examination, which I passed. There's on that examination, it's laboratory information, but it's also about how drugs like marijuana can affect a person's brain. I attended the Borkenstein School for Drugs, Driving, and Traffic Safety. That's a week-long course taught by leaders in the industry about specific categories of drugs, including marijuana, and how that can change how a person's brain functions and change how their ability to drive their car safely.
Now, if I could submit Special Agent Melinda Quinn's curriculum vitae as the state's next exhibit.
What, we'll mark it as exhibit 15.
I think there'll be some questions
Now,
here.
have you ever been certified in the courts of the state of Tennessee to testify as an expert in forensic toxicology?
I have been.
And have you ever been certified in the courts of the state of Tennessee to testify in general terms about the effects of marijuana as an intoxicant on the human body?
I have.
Now, Judge, first I'm going to ask that she be deemed an expert in forensic toxicology. I'm going to ask a couple questions before I ask Your Honor about the other expertise I'm going to ask for.
Well, any questions from the defense before we move forward? This is the requested qualifier as an expert in forensic toxicology.
I don't think so, Jeff.
All right, we will qualify. This is a two-step process. As those of you who
Even after that
listened
one,
before
last
me
one's so hard.
understand, we're going to qualify Agent Quinn as an expert at this moment in forensic toxicology, and the state is seeking to have her qualified on an additional level that we'll now deal with. So we'll qualify her as an expert in forensic toxicology and move on.
Now, before I ask that you be qualified as an expert in the effects of marijuana on the human nervous system, um, uh, is it your understanding that you could testify based on a marijuana quantity to the exact effect it would have on a specific human being?
No.
So any information or expertise you have about that, would that just be about people in general?
That's correct.
And would marijuana's effect on a single individual depend on more information about that person specifically?
That's correct.
Judge, I would like to have her certified as an expert in testifying about the effects of marijuana on the human nervous system generally, but not specifically.
He has questions here.
I object to the relevance of that. That would not be probative. It would not assist the jury. All they're doing is confusing the jury with, well, this could be, but it's not specific to this person. They're trying to insinuate something by a set of facts in toxicology and effects on a general population, but it's nothing specific to this case.
Overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be given instructions at the conclusion of this case about how to apply what expert witness testimony, and what you'll basically have to do in that instruction is to consider expert testimony like any other witness and determine whether or not you find it to be credible based on the training, experience, and the information that's presented. It is basically an opportunity for the state to present expert testimony, and I do find that she is qualified as an expert. So for that reason, your objection as to relevance is overruled.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Did you analyze a blood sample that Special Agent Bramlage had also analyzed for alcohol in this case that brings us here today?
Yes, sir.
Madam Clerk, if she could be shown the remainder of the identification exhibit.
When Judge Boyd didn't allow that jail call in by the state, I was shocked because they always just like,
Now,
what?
do you recognize that the document that the clerk just handed you?
Yes, sir.
Good for her.
Is that your official toxicology report from analyzing the blood submitted in this case?
Yes, it is.
Now, can you tell us what did you find in this blood sample?
So in this sample, I detected delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 3 nanograms per milliliter, 11 hydroxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 1 nanogram per milliliter, and 11 nor 9 carboxy delta 9 tetrahydrocannabinol at 46 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay, and if I could publish, if I'd submit that as a state's next exhibit and ask to publish it to the jury using the TV screen.
Exhibit 16.
Okay, is what I've put on the screen here, of course, your signature is there at the bottom, but is this an accurate representation of the report that you just read?
Yes, sir.
Now, this third quantity, this larger quantity, okay, in terms of active intoxication at the time of the blood draw, right? What does this quantity mean?
So the that's a metabolite. That third item on that list is a metabolite. So when an individual ingests THC, that's a product that their body makes. This particular metabolite does not have any activity in the central nervous system, meaning that it doesn't plug into any receptors to cause
Felicia, how you doing?
any reaction. So it's just floating around in the bloodstream until the liver can do its job to clear it out. It's just a result of cannabis or THC being in the body.
Yeah. So for our purposes here, is it fair that we could just disregard that?
Yes, in terms of effects and what it doesn't cause any impairment in the brain.
Now, those first two numbers, are they active metabolites, and what does that mean?
So the first compound, which is delta 9 THC, that is the parent drug. That is the drug that causes the majority of the.
Sorry, I had to pause this because Felicia is new here. Felicia, if you don't know, I will write you a note to get out of work. I've offered to write everybody notes to get out of work, and they only work on Tuesdays and Thursdays when I can't stream. So if you'd like for me to do that, I shall. Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, same pay, of course, less work, but, how it is. I'll negotiate the best deal I can. Yes, Chrissy, priorities.
The effects that you see when you consume marijuana. The hydroxy metabolite, that next one down, is an active metabolite. So it's a compound that the body makes in terms of working to eliminate that drug from the person's body. But it does have an activity, meaning that it does fit into a receptor in the brain and it causes an effect.
Now, so would it be fair to say that at the time this blood is drawn, there might be some effect of marijuana on this person given those quantities?
There may be.
Now, if marijuana was affecting this person, what would be the impact we'd expect?
So the types of things that you could expect to see after somebody had ingested marijuana changes how the brain functions. So it can cause difficulty in perceiving time and distance. It can cause changes in cognition, decision-making, thinking, that kind of thing. It also can cause changes in learning and memory. Those three things are very important when a person's driving a car. So, for example, maintaining a lane becomes more difficult when a person ingests marijuana. That's one of the prime symptoms that can be seen in their driving, is that it becomes more difficult to stay within the lines of the lane.
And those courses that you attended, did they teach you anything about the combined effect when marijuana is combined with other substances like alcohol?
Yes.
And what did they tell you?
So the combination of marijuana with alcohol can be very, very dangerous. And an individual who has consumed both of those compounds is more likely to be in an accident than with either compound alone.
Now, why is it so difficult to get specific and to get beyond the general?
In terms of the levels?
Yes, and for marijuana.
So marijuana is just a complicated system. It takes very low levels of marijuana to cause an effect. That effect is actually happening in the brain. It's not happening in the blood. We're not able to take a brain sample. We would have to take a blood sample. So it's hard to know what's happening in a person's brain. In addition, individuals who smoke regularly and often and a lot can have low levels of detectable parent drug in their system even after abstaining. So that's why it's very difficult for a state to come up with a legal limit, with a per se limit like we have for alcohol, because it's hard to know how long ago an individual consumed the marijuana and if they are still feeling the effects of that drug, even though we are able to find detectable levels in their system. It was once thought that we would be able to do some math based on those three compounds to figure out how long ago a person ingested, and that those numbers just don't really play out in real life.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. What, if anything, can you say about the recency of use in this case?
It's really difficult to say anything at all. In many cases, after 24 hours, you wouldn't expect to see these compounds still present in a person's blood after they had smoked and then abstained from smoking. But we can't say that in all circumstances. So it's just, it becomes very complicated.
And in that statement, when you said these compounds, you meant the active ones, didn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
But the inactive ones could hang around for a long time.
I appreciate
They can
that.
potentially for a long time, which is why we test for them, so that we are able to see back into time a little bit.
It's like Christy
Thank you very much.
Flanagan was
Mr.
the
Baker might have some
lucky
questions for you.
recipient of that. Thank you. Woo.
Are you familiar, I want to go through.
They did, yes.
Are you familiar with the NHTSA study in the report to Congress on marijuana and the use study that they were commissioned to do?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm kind of perplexed at your testimony that alcohol and marijuana combined amplifies the effects, because that's exactly opposite of what this says. There's no empirical data that says that marijuana and alcohol combined has any effect, the marijuana itself.
That's not a recent report. There are many studies, and it's very difficult to study driving and to know what causes a direct effect on driving and what might be the circumstances or the age of the driver. But there have been many studies that have shown multiple times that even just a little bit of alcohol and a little bit of marijuana together can be more dangerous than either alone.
Well, I want to quote this: toxicologists are not able to provide expert testimony that a specific amount of THC present in a subject's blood or other specimen is definitively associated with being impaired by marijuana and render the driver unable to drive safely. Do you disagree with the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration?
No, sir. That's why I think that per se levels just really don't make any sense in really all circumstances for marijuana.
Because
Yes,
the
sir.
number doesn't tell you anything.
No, not on its own. That's correct.
That's right. So the testimony that there's some synergistic effect between marijuana and alcohol that you just testified is not true.
I don't believe that statement mentioned the combination of alcohol and marijuana. Um, there have been multiple studies that have shown that those two compounds together really make it more difficult to drive a car safely than in any two alone. Individuals are more likely to have an accident with those two compounds on board.
And well, may I approach the judge? You may. That study, if you can point me in there where that information is at, I'd be happy to review that.
This is just one single government study. Marijuana has been studied in many different, from many different groups, many different angles, many different studies. We would never just rely on one study to provide the information that we would need for court.
Can you get that back? Well, that's funny because this report was commissioned because the lack of data is why Congress wanted this study. Do you agree?
I think that more data is always useful.
All right. There wasn't enough data to even correlate a number to impairment.
And certainly I would say that in the years since marijuana has become legalized in many states, there is much more interest. Many more drivers have consumed marijuana than ever before. And so there is much more interest. And there have been many studies that have happened since that report was commissioned.
All right. And you can't even tell me that from that number or that report when the alcohol was ingested or inhaled.
I didn't perform the alcohol testing on this case.
Well, I mean, even the THC, I mean, we don't have, that doesn't give you a snapshot in time either.
And that's the driving case. We would really look at them we would ask the jury to look at this information in the totality. So why was the officer in contact with this first person in the first place? Was there evidence of bad driving? Did that person perform standardized field sobriety testing? And if so, what was the results of that? And then the third leg of that information stool that the jury would use would be what drugs were potentially found in that case, and then how would that explain what the officer saw in those circumstances?
Well, it looks like you're getting numbers and then looking to fill in data to justify the numbers is what you just told me.
I'm sorry, was that a question?
No, is that a fair statement?
No, it's always our role to test the sample. I have no knowledge of the case. I was not present during the blood draw. I wasn't present during the person's arrest. I don't know even if standardized field sobriety happened in this case. Simply my role to test the blood and to use our standard operating procedures to develop a report. And then I bring that report to the court, and I talk about the types of effects that we would expect to see with those drugs. And then hopefully the jury can use that information along with all the information that they've been given throughout the trial.
Well, one of the effects on marijuana on the central nervous system would be to, according to the data I read here, it causes you to drive slow. Do you agree?
That is something that we've seen in the data. It's an interesting effect that marijuana can sometimes cause a person to drive a little more slowly, whereas alcohol can cause a person to drive more quickly. And it's just an interesting facet.
So let me just sum it up here. The information you're giving us is not specific to Ms. Brown here.
And no, I couldn't know anything about what happened to her in the hours or the days prior. I wasn't present at the blood draw or at the scene of the accident.
So absent field sobriety test, one-legged stand, 9-step walk and turn, and so forth, we don't have anything to correlate whether there's motor function impairment to any degree. When you add this test, there's no way to know.
I don't know what information the jury has been presented in this case. I was not privy to any of that information. They would just need to use the information that they're given to determine whether they felt like there was impairment.
Well, let me rephrase that. You would have to have that information, some additional information to go with this report. Otherwise, the number is meaningless.
Yeah, I think that the totality of the information of the case would be important.
Okay. So this report in and of itself doesn't really bring any helpful evidence from a point of determining cause of crash or if someone's impaired. This report will not tell us anything.
I'm not sure it's my role necessarily to check any boxes but just to provide the information that I have available.
Okay. Once again, a number in and of itself of THC cannot establish impairment of a person, correct?
That's correct. There is no correlation between the number that we find, the quantitation that we find in a person's blood with their impairment. That's correct.
No further questions.
I'll redirect.
Is that the NHTSA human performance fact sheet?
It is not.
That's not the NHTSA report you have?
It is not. We'll prove it. I just did.
Agent, are you familiar with NHTSA's human performance fact sheets on different substances?
Yes, I am.
And does what that report from NHTSA says pretty much agree with everything you said here so far?
Yes, I believe so. That's one of the references that we use in training new scientists to help them understand the effects of drugs on the human body.
And if I were to show you page 10 on drug interactions under the marijuana section, would you be able to sort of look at that and tell us and refresh your recollection and say the same thing you said?
Yes, I believe so.
So I'm probably wrong. I thought she said in the police interview that she did that on Friday night, not Saturday. So it'd be in her system, but surely it wouldn't still be affecting her, correct? Right? I don't know. Would still be detectable. As in she had used it. I probably missed that because I was having issues. I know it's hard to believe I was having
We're
issues.
probably going to let Mr. Arnold approach the witness so he can try to hand him the phone every time someone I try to hand someone a phone or they hand me one, I exit out of whatever's on the screen accidentally, so.
Agent Quinn, do you have and or need reading glasses?
I do not
Oh,
currently.
well, fantastic.
Lucky bragger.
That second to last paragraph is drug interactions. Feel free to expand it.
Wow, I've never just seen that be able to happen. Just read off my
I
phone.
believe the last sentence relates to alcohol in that paragraph.
What specifically is she looking at for our information?
The National Highway Transportation Safety Administration Human Performance Fact Sheet on marijuana and drug interactions with alcohol.
Is this the same document that Mr. Baker was asking about?
Unfortunately, it wasn't. I was hoping he had the same document so I could just hand her a much fuller sized.
Would you like me to read this sentence?
Please.
It says, when taken concurrently with alcohol, marijuana is more likely to be traffic safety risk factor than when consumed alone.
That's I would think. And if she did it earlier in that
Those are my
day,
questions.
how long does it affect you?
Recross?
I don't
Have
know.
a moment.
I don't have any idea how long the effects of it last even after you do it. But I do kind of, if it was just in her system, but she hadn't recently done it, I do think they're kind of throwing it in for confusion, which they don't need to. I wasn't saying I wasn't saying you did, Ronnie. Please don't take it that way.
Look at that third paragraph. Now, this is a 2017 study. What Mr. Arnold just showed you, I believe, was 2014. Is that correct? You'll read that third paragraph to me.
It says a final judgment was made for the presence of alcohol. When both demographic variables and the presence of alcohol were taken into account, the odds ratio for THC declined further to 1.00, the 95% confidence limit of 0.083 to 1.22. This means that there was no increased risk of crash involvement found over alcohol drug beat drivers.
All right.
May I scroll back
Yeah,
just to
go
see?
right ahead.
Well, you're not scrolling, you're turning a page. She wants more context. There's kind of a lot of variables here. The problem that she's really facing here, Felicia, is her BAC was 0.16 2 hours after the accident. She was the defendant was drinking and driving and hit a pole and it killed her fiance. And I think she mentioned it during her police interview a couple weeks later that she had smoked marijuana. I thought she said Friday night, not anything to do on Saturday. So it would be in her system, but I would not think it would be affecting her. Even if she did it earlier in the day, Saturday, this accident took place around 7:30 that night, that it would have been affecting her. So I'm not really exactly sure why they're talking about it, because they don't really need it. They have her on the BAC because, like I said, that was taken 2 hours later and she was still up at 0.16. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. I have to look. Yeah, that winky face. I can't put the super sticker up over here, so I have to look in my YouTube studio, and I can't post them from over there. Thank you. Yeah, I think they are. I think they are trying to do that. I feel bad for her. Like Chrissy and I have been kind of talking back and forth. She was 28 at the time. I don't know why it took 4 years to bring this to trial, because it happened in 2020. This trial happened the first week of March before I jumped over to the Ruiz trial. Um, so I don't know what they're doing, and I don't think they need it, Gabby. Oh, Gabby, thank you. So, I don't know. I think it's tough for them, uh, it's tough for her to get out of, but it sucks all at the same time. Just one bad decision has ruined her life, her fiance's daughter's life. Uh, that was your 3rd super sticker on a live stream. YouTube said, "Let's celebrate." So, woohoo. Um, and I don't know. I don't know because I wanna watch I haven't looked to see why, because I didn't wanna see I wanna see the verdict with all of you guys. I don't wanna know it and then sit here and know the outcome. I really wanna watch it with you guys, so I don't know. I I think they screwed up, though. I think they screwed up, Chrissy, with that question to that other TBI person, the very confident one, when he asked about she should have been coming up or she should have been, because she had eaten and all that, and he tried to get it back to that point, and the prosecutor came right back and just leveled him on it. Yeah. Well, and you get people, even though they might have had an accident, but didn't hurt anybody, or they just got in an accident, hurt themselves, or whatever, and they don't get in much of a sentence on them. It is because everybody, we're all invincible, right? Not gonna happen to me. It's not gonna happen to me. It's not gonna happen to me. So, and it was probably kind of like who was the lesser drunk at that point because he died on impact. He was 0.25. The expert they had on before this one said she was probably at 0.20. So they were pretty up there. I'm just with you, Chrissy, and I don't know I don't know if it was her reaction to finding out and how devastated she was. I don't know what it is. I'm pulling for this woman and I feel like I shouldn't be. Yeah, in this case, marijuana is not gonna make it's just not whatever. It's not gonna change it for me. Yeah, I'm just yeah. Oh, is that the other M word? Wait. Oh, yeah, I was thinking M-E with a th at the end. Yes. You're right. They were at an Oktoberfest. She's lucky because she hit the sidewalk first that, she didn't hit somebody else. Seriously. Yes, please let me know, Stormy. It's not awesome, but that would be awesome. Because Chrissy, every trial, except this one so far. Yeah, Chrissy loves the BK. She has a good one apparently that does not have any criminals in it. Be proud of your BK, Chrissy. It is performing above and beyond any other BK apparently that we have heard about across this country. Well, they visit. They do visit. See, all right, Chrissy, you have another Felicia likes BK. If I come visit you, I'm going to In-N-Out. Sorry. I can get BK all day around here and probably get the stuff that the other ones are in there. Hey, welcome back, Adair. Oh, yeah. And that's fine. They need to work, they need a job, so I don't have an issue with that. Don't put them with kids or anything. Oh, let's say Walmart's the other one. Um, Felicia, we're fluffy. We are fluffy. We all discussed this the other day that we were fluffy. Carmen used to work at McDonald's back in her teenage years, and man, people are mean. Oh, I thought she was saying she's a chunky chick. Oh, Gabby, yours threw me off. Her comment didn't throw me off, but then I read your comment. I was like, dang, I misread Felicia's comment. You're messing with my mind, man. Yeah, people are mean. I think everybody should have to have a retail job or fast food at least for at least 6 months in their life. At some point in time, they will learn how to deal with people and be nice. There you go. Well, it's America. Gabby, you will have no problems finding fluffy girls. Felicia. Oh my goodness. Hamilton, where you been? Not yet. We're not done yet. I was talking about you earlier because the state, not the guy standing at the podium right now, but the state prosecutor, uh, the state, he's got these bright red tennis shoes on with his suit, and I didn't figure you'd like them, like you didn't like Grandma Ethel's pants. I don't know. You can see him under the chair. They are very, very red. I like red, just maybe not for the courtroom. He's like power shoes instead of a power suit. All right. Let's go back here. We just talked about like MJ to BK to
So
Mickey D's.
it appears that
Chunky
this is
chicks.
speaking about the Virginia Beach study, which is a study that I'm familiar with, where drivers were drivers who had been in an accident received blood and drug testing, alcohol and drug testing after the accident. And then they made an effort to collect what they're calling control drivers. So people driving during the same days of the week at the same time and maybe under the same conditions if it was raining, to see if those people who didn't get in an accident, if they also
I
had
haven't got
drugs in their
mine
system.
yet.
This
I
study did
didn't
have
order it. I didn't find
some
it.
it's just harder to characterize the effect that marijuana can have on a driver. And this particular study was not able to elucidate that there was an additional risk of having alcohol and marijuana on board. That does disagree with a number of other studies that I've read, and in general, I would say that it probably disagrees with the opinion of the community in general. But it is something that's very difficult to study, and different studies sometimes have conflicting answers.
What I'm trying to say, are you gonna say this study's wrong, this report of the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, and this report to Congress is all wrong, but you're right? Is that what you're telling me?
What I would say is that science can be complicated, and we are tasked with not just looking at one single study, but at multiple studies over many years, and looking at the designs of those studies. And each study tries to do a better job, and we just try to provide the best information that we can.
To advocate for your point of view, correct?
No, sir.
May I have my report back? No further questions.
Redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you, Agent. You may step down and we'll release you from your subpoena so you can go about your business. Mr. Arnold, do you have any other witnesses?
Your Honor, that's the state's proof.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll step across the hallway, I've got to attend to a couple of administrative matters and then we'll come back.
That was the defense.
You may not need them, but I do. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, go ahead and go.
What did he say?
Sorry to hear that, Mr. Baker.
Well, that didn't sound good.
Got to attend to a couple of administrative matters and then we'll come back.
Trying to hear what this defense said.
You may not need them, but I do. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, go ahead and go. Sorry to hear that, Mr. Baker.
I can't hear him. Something bad happened. I can't hear it, but it wasn't good. Because that judge's mood
Mr. Baker
changed.
will be allowed to obviously leave, but Mr. Spratt, are you prepared at this point to go forward with your motion?
I am, Your Honor. The defendant would make a motion under Rule 29, the Rules of Criminal Procedure. There's, for a judgment of acquittal as to the charge of vehicular homicide by intoxication, is that the state has not presented sufficient proof for any trier of fact to infer that any intoxication was the causation of the death of Mr. Brown. There has been some proof as to speed. I don't believe that there's been any proof as to, in fact, I would cite directly to her Miranda interview. Major Christian said that he can't say what was going on in that car. He can say that there was speed, that speed was a factor, but he doesn't know what caused that speed. So between that and the discrepancies in time, the lapse of time and the unknown variables, we would ask that the court grant a motion for a judgment of acquittal as to count 1 of the indictment, as well as count 3 of the indictment, based on the per se charge in count 3.
Hamilton, I was thinking the same thing.
Mr. Arnold?
Oops. I'm always losing my cursor. Yeah, I was thinking that
Your
too.
Honor, the state would respectfully suggest that if the evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party in this case, namely the state, there is definitely sufficient evidence from which the jury could infer that the intoxication proved on the basis of the analysis of the defendant's blood, the defendant's behavior on the scene, the defendant's inability to pilot her vehicle less than 1 mile from the location where she had last been drinking, and the circumstances proved on the wreck would be sufficient for the jury to consider finding the defendant guilty on the first and third charges, as well as the second. In particular, for the second, of course, the speed.
The court finds that there is sufficient evidence in the record before the jury that, if taken as true by the jury, that they could in fact find that the defendant is guilty of counts 1 and counts 3. So your motion for judgment of acquittal is respectfully denied. Mr. Spratt, you want to address the issue of your client's testimony at this point?
Judge, I can.
You want to wait till in the morning?
I'd appreciate it if I could wait till in the morning. I feel
Baker's mother just passed and got word from that and had to leave
Aw.
suddenly, so we're sorry to hear that, and certainly I understand that you might want to have an opportunity to talk with your co-counsel and your client before we take that matter up. So we will go ahead and adjourn for the day. Let's take a short recess before we bring the jury back, okay?
I figured it was something like that. That's too bad. What a wait. What a So that guy's mom died. The defense attorney that just left suddenly. His mom passed away. Um, they weren't so Felicia, she wasn't testifying from the phone. But the state gave her his phone or someone's phone um to read something. I couldn't believe the judge allowed that. So, yeah, that that was weird. I've never seen like, "Here's my phone, read what it says." Hamilton, the guy that you said was rude, he had just got word that his mom died. He had to leave. So, they're in a short break because the judge's mood just went down, like, he immediately wasn't joking anymore. So, yeah, that'd be horrible. No. Hamilton, I do that crap all the time. Don't you dare. This woman was a dental assistant, so I don't know what her usage was. I agree. It was just kinda it was shady because I don't really think did anything in this case. Like I said, her BAC is it's gonna screw her enough. Yes, we all do. I have a lot of them right here in front of all of you. So, yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what they're gonna do here. Yeah, that's yes, you guys are all correct. That's as good as it's gonna get, Hamilton, sorry. But yes, they were both, um I think everybody has, Chrissy. Thank you, though. They were both they should not have been driving at all. They are bright, bright red. I have not seen him close up. I don't know if he's going, I think Hamilton or no, I think Gabby said he was going to a basketball game afterwards, and Chrissy asked if it was a high school basketball game. I mean, they are tennis shoes for sure. He should that's why I figured that, Hamilton would not like them. Indict the shoes. Me too. What is it with these judges? Yes, please, and thank you. Thank you, Stormy.
All right, we're gonna adjourn for the day, Mr. Spratt, to allow your co-counsel to hopefully at least talk with you and decide whether or not he can be here tomorrow. But we'll deal with the issue of your client's testimony tomorrow if that would be suitable to you.
Absolutely.
All right,
Thank you, Judge.
bring the jury in, please.
Drunk tank or dunk tank? I think he's going running. Yes. Hey, don't make fun of us small town folk. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, just I hate when they just don't try it on the merits of the case that's in front of them. On the important stuff, and there you have it. I hope not, considering what this case is about, what this trial is.
Because one of the jurors is in the restroom, unless you want to stand up for a while.
Stretch a little bit.
I'm with you
Blame the
guys.
flag.
I'm with you guys. And I don't know how big this county is or this little town. Well, we haven't seen the end yet. We're just assuming.
Good.
And they wear red shoes. Oh, that's them. They backed it up.
Good.
Well, have fun, Adair. We might be. She was using that while she was driving. If you have time, Felicia, you should go watch day 1.
We've got some changes around here. Causes me some concern. Ladies and gentlemen, in your absence or as you were leaving, Mr. Baker informed me he had just received a call that his mother passed. She was in a nursing home, I think, and suffered from Alzheimer's, if I'm understanding correctly, but still it was a very sudden word. And obviously, because of that fact, we're not going to be able to continue this afternoon. In addition to that, the defense witnesses, they have one witness that's unavailable until tomorrow because we thought this case would go a little longer today. So we're going to quit just a little bit early today and come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock so that we can conclude this case. The state has rested their proof and the defense is, I think, prepared to maybe offer one witness, although they're not required to. That'll be up to them if they choose to do so in the morning. But Mr. Baker has a right to be here for his client, along with his co-counsel. So we're going to adjourn for the afternoon and ask you to remember those instructions that I've given you about not trying to do any research or look up anything about this case. Don't talk about it until we conclude all the evidence and you've received my final instructions and the closing arguments of the lawyers. So we will see you here if you will again gather tomorrow morning at about 8:45 here in the jury room. We'll see you tomorrow morning. We'll wrap it up then.
So, Stormy, yes, that's what we're not taking away from that because that is an issue. But why they had to try to throw her using Mary Jane in there, they didn't. Because I think in her police thing, I thought she said she used it Friday, not Saturday.
Before we adjourn, just so we're all on the same page, we are going to allow Mr. Spratt or Mr. Baker to put on whatever proof they wish, not limiting you to witnesses, but if you put any witnesses on or one witness or more than one, we'll take that up first. Following that, I'll offer the state an opportunity to offer any rebuttal proof if they choose to. Following that, we will move to closing arguments, and that will, you both will have a copy of the final charge of the court. We've discussed that in chambers with a charge conference, so to my knowledge, there'll be nothing else to discuss about that. And those charges will be printed up, and immediately following the charge or the closing arguments, we're going to charge the jury and they'll retire to deliberate. So I expect that to move hopefully quickly in the morning and allow the jury to begin consideration of the case then. So far as your plans regarding, I know you've got co-counsel, are you going to make the closing or is Mr. Baker? Or
It'll be my closing, my witness, Your Honor. So if something happens that Mr. Baker can't be here, I can.
Have no problem with that. All right, then that will conclude our business for the day and we will stand adjourned until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right.
Yes, Stormy, I know it's still there, but I don't know if that she is, I don't think it's still impairing her at that point in any way. And she definitely lied about how much she had to drink, for sure. 1 beer and 1 shot of Crown, you're not at 0.20. Yikes. That's a long time. Oh, it's always. You watch anybody get pulled over for a DUI? How many beers you had? 2? Yeah. Trying to hide you. I can't hide you. Yes, I don't think anybody should drive under the influence of anything. I would guess the worst out of the two of those would be the alcohol. Would have a more you'd run the higher risk of a worse accident than the MJ, but I have no idea. But the thing is, so many people like both of them. They could just do a closed course and just do a big test. See what happens. They probably have. Gabby. Don't make me do math. Yes. Up or down or not a good mix. Nope. Text message. Oh, it's Carmen. Carmen giving me orders. Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, we will finish this up on Friday. We'll do closings and then get the verdict. Um, I'm gonna have to see what's happening. I I thought so Indiana had passed a law or whatever they had to do last last year so that um the courts could start televising or streaming the court feeds. And I know I've talked to you guys about this before, but ironically enough, the Delphi judge was in the pilot program of that and loved it. And now we see nothing happening with Delphi except for just a big crap show there. Um, but yesterday, I had a court from up northern Indiana come up on my feed, and I was like, "Well, I want to see what this is. This will be interesting." And he was doing a jury trial, and no, she got life. She got life without parole. You're talking about the one in Ohio that left her 18-month-old home for 10 days? Um, but anyway, you guys talk about having a DD. uh, yeah, I don't know if she went I don't know if it's a plea deal or not, but it was life. Uh, so it was kind of it sounded like it might kind of be an interesting another little short trial while we wait for other things to pop up. Um, but the thing that judge needs to fix in his courtroom is when the jurors walked in, his camera was back so far I could see every single one of them. Not that I knew any of them because they're all up in a place I don't go, never been. But I'm like, and even when they sat down, I'm like, your jury box is showing, sir. Your jurors, they there. Please fix it. Um, the trial, which I watched just a little bit of, is about some woman that got unruly in the hospital, I think emergency room. And I don't know what they were charging her with, but I was just kind of going, yeah, let's fix that. Why is this not fixed? Her sentencing was Friday? Gabby, I don't know what you're doing with your jewelry box. Keep your jewelry box to yourself. See you, Ronnie. We will be back here Friday at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time to finish up this trial and see what happens. Let me. I don't know how long it was. she, she's not going to forget that phone. All right, Ronnie. Enjoy the rest of your day and tomorrow. I thought I saw one that just started yesterday, but I don't know if it was on Court TV or Lawn Crime. I really try to. You guys know I try to kind of look for the ones that aren't everybody doing, that everybody's not doing. I can make as much sense as you, Gabby. Do you hear that? Um, I know. Yeah, I don't. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I started watching that yesterday. Uh, that was, yes. The bad thing about that channel is they can they can start a trial and then never go back to it. Yeah, they showed her on the floor through the body cam. I didn't watch it any further then, and I haven't. Are they doing it still today? Because that was my fear. I looked at it. Oh, good. Oh, it looks like they still are. Yeah, so I won't play it, I'll just show you. Well, okay, I won't show you. But anyway, this guy, Keontae, was, I think, his girlfriend. Um, what are you talking about? Yes, I'm talking to you. I'm looking at my other monitor. This guy in Grand Rapids, Michigan. His trial started yesterday. Nope, they didn't censor it. They did not censor it in Hamilton. He is accused of using a pew pew to go pow pow to his girlfriend uh, the day after Christmas. Oh no, I have the other one right here. I don't need it. There's no sound though. How did I Akita that sound? How did I Akita that one? I don't know what you mean. Oh, decode that one. Dakota. It's called Channel 13 live trial begins for man accused of unaliving GR, which I assume is Grand Rapids, mom the day after Christmas. But they at least showed yesterday and today, because the last time I was waiting for a trial to go, they showed day one and didn't show. Oh, I don't know, Hamilton. I didn't look at it that hard. And then they didn't show anything else. Then they showed the verdict later. It just says Grand Rapids. Was it his mom? Now, don't ask hard questions. No one his mom. Oh, so Keontae is the guy on trial. Oh, well, here's our description. Keontae is New Bern is facing 4 charges related to the unaliving of 23-year-old Maya Kelly on December 26, 2022. That's their description. Everybody always asks if there's DP on the case. Good grief. I don't know. I don't know. So, okay. Um, that's all I'm gonna do today. I'll save the sentencing for the vacay mom. And maybe we can watch it later. I don't know how long Fridays. I don't know how long of stuff we'll have to do on Friday. And then if that gets over early, we can do that. I'll look at this too. I'm just scared to jump onto one of theirs because of everything I've said. And oops. See you, Gabby. That's a channel that the sound. Oh, I thought you were just saying bye to one of us. Tell Mr. Gabby we said bye. That's a channel that the sound was always horrible on. So I'm a little nervous about that. No, they don't. No, Hamilton, that's not that they don't air them. They just don't air anything. They're so they are the same people that did it's a local news channel, Chrissy. Who did the Shonda trial. That's where I was getting my feed from the share, and they would just end. It just ended. And no warning, no matter where you were, once it's like a certain time hit, trial's over for the day. That's it. Doesn't matter. If she's still on the stand, yeah, she's still on the stand. It's like, great, perfect. Because I watched them for a long time to see if I thought, okay, great, maybe they'll do something else. And then they were gonna do this guy. I think he was accused of unaliving his like ex-wife's new guy or something. I don't remember what it was. And um they, like I said, they showed one day, they got the really bad snowstorm, and then they didn't show anything else. And I saw just on the news, like it wasn't even his verdict. It was just on the news of, oh, they found this guy guilty. Like, well, I'm glad I didn't start it because you guys can't. I don't know what you do. I don't know who does it, but they need to stop it and fix it. So yeah, I don't know. Um, I mean, the feed from the Ruiz trial wasn't great. Judge Boyd's was, but then we couldn't see what I don't know why she didn't show it. Because she showed, I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had more control over the sound of the courtrooms. And I don't. And I don't have Judge Oompa to go around the land and tell people how to use microphones or yell at them for not using a microphone like she did in her courtroom. So, all right. We will finish this one up Friday. I saved the vacay mom sentencing, so if we get done early and have time, we'll watch that Friday. Looks like it's about an hour and a half. Um, I would do it today, but I'm gonna tell you, Monday's streams wore me out. That was a long stream. So, yeah, I'm gonna end. And plus Carmen has given me orders. Maybe. We'll see. It those, bad children trials bring people in. That's not why I do them. It's just they're fascinating and horrifying all at the same time. So, yep. Well, that's scary. I didn't even know my husband was home. He just texted me and told me he'll be back. There's a man walking around my house. I had no clue. Good for me. Alrighty. Hang on. I gotta tell him to wait because I need to leave. Alrighty. Okay. I'm gonna go hang out with a strange man. Seriously? All right. I'll look again, Gabby, and make sure I put it right under I put it under the tooth one, the other tooth that just said tooth, the whole tooth and nothing but the tooth. I put it there. All right. See you guys. Adair, have fun at your game. Hamilton, we'll see you Friday. Gabby, Christy, thanks for hanging out. Stormy, thanks for hanging out. Felicia, thanks everybody. Felicia, Ronnie, whoever I missed. Sorry if I didn't catch you. Thanks for hanging out. I will see you all later. If I find my end music. There we are. Bye.